It's time to go racing for round number 3 of the Champions of the Future America Series. Qualifying Heat 1 on deck. Asher Bazanski, Maddox Carlucci get ready to lead this field to green with Benjamin Tabby and Axel Tibbs on row number 2. Kendall West and Mateo Gomez on row number 3.
Behind them, Bishop Carson, the micro U10 pole sitter, starting 7th overall. Caleb William Wark behind Leon McPhail. A whole field of minis and mini U10s ready to go. You can sort your favorite driver from the starting grid. You see there, Caleb, but we've had a lot of questions about this track layout. We're finally going to get some answers. Drivers saying this isn't going to race as well. The passing opportunities are going to be more slim than what we saw before. All the talk, though, we go out the door. Time to get some answers, foot to the floor, and see what we got.
Yes, sir. We're about to find out. And it all comes down to this. And I think one driver maybe, we're all good. All rolling all the way back to Jason Tucker. And again, Dan Dukulescu, Timothy Bredovchenko, Lucas Freitas, and more getting ready to take this green flag. But for the first time in his young career here at the Champions of the Future America Series, Asher Bazanski is going to lead this field to green. Going to have to slow it down here to a comfortable pace to get everybody going. And you can only assume, right, for these young drivers, nerves definitely at an all-time high as they get ready to go racing. And again, they're going to have to line it up nicely to get going, and I don't think this is going to be nice enough for the officials. And everybody going to need to slow down, and Bazanski going to need to be the first one to do it. He controls the pace. Looks like just a little too excited to get going here, Nate.
Yeah, just a little. I think Bazanski just went a little early on the power. And, of course, getting everyone racked up in that 14, 15, 16 section is tricky. I wouldn't be surprised to see Champions of the Future officials potentially think about or act on just using the regular track layout on these formation laps just so they don't have to file their way through that chicane later on in the weekend. But first warning for that front row, Bazanski seemingly, obviously he can hold pace, but it's a little quick right now, and obviously Max Carlucci has to hold with what Bazanski chooses, but like we saw last time, if you choose wrong for Bazanski, they'll wave you around, and don't want to be doing this too much, don't want to burn up the clutches of these mini and mini U10 machines. And of course, Bazanski potentially, if he doesn't get this one right, might be sent back a row.
Yeah, and depending on the ruling as well, it could even be 2 rows back, as we've seen throughout multiple different series. And Nate, you yourself being the encyclopedia, I'll trust you on this one, if you will. It should be 1 row back, and we will get confirmation on that. But again, that is if they don't get this one started and underway. Bazanski going to get one more opportunity here to take this field to green. And you see the yellow flags waving out of the chicane. And this one looking a lot better than what it did before. They're going to be into the tram lines. And we'll see if we get it. We don't. And we're not going to get it. So now we'll see what the officials decide to do here, Nate.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any gesturing towards that front row to swap them, or if they'll go again, even if there is no change. Obviously, Bazanski's not going to be making a lot of friends up front after 2 failed attempts.
Well, we're just keeping an eye on this field as they're rounding up. Last couple of corners here. 7. Now going up to turn number 8. This pace right here is exactly what the officials want to see for the entirety of the lap, and then when they get onto that front stretch, Nate. But I must say, it does make it a little bit difficult to go side by side throughout that chicane with how tight that corner is. I should say corners. That chicane is to just fit this many drivers wheel to wheel through there. And again, gotta think about the full-size karts as well that we're expecting to see later on today. Whether or not they can fit side by side throughout this formation lap through there comfortably is the big thing, right? Without having the outside line, losing all too much time as well once they hit that front stretch. That being said, we'll keep an eye on it here, see how they adjust. I'll see how these young drivers adjust. But Bizanski getting ready to lead this field to green with Carlucci, Tabby, Tibbs, to Kendall West, Mateo Gomez, and more for Mini and Mini U10 here, Nate.
Yeah, so it looks like a more controlled pace this time, too. Of course, they have the option of sending the outside line through the regular track as well as another option just to ease up on congestion. And there you can see Champions of the Future America Series officials telling them to really slow down through this section. Third try lucky here, Caleb. Hopefully this one looking a lot better as they head to the tram lines.
Well, here we go. This one looking a lot better for Bizanski, who's on the inside. Carlucci on the outside. We look to the green flag. We got it. We're underway in Mini.
It's already Kendall West, I think, there, Caleb, going for a spin on the opening corner. Not how you want to start your round 3, and really the chaos already starting. Bizanski gained a good jump from that pole position, giving himself a little bit of breathing room, but you can see already a stark difference to what we've seen in past weekends where it's just been a draft pack. Really throughout the first couple of corners, they start to pack up. Now everyone's starting to spread out a little bit. Obviously 6 laps to change that, but the opening start sequence just opening up these gaps.
Yeah, and a picture-perfect start up front for Bizanski, Carlucci, Tavi to all get away and firing off nicely. For the rest of the field, like you mentioned, Kendall West, we've talked a lot about her and what she's been able to do to put herself up at the front of this field time and time again. Going to be a lot of work to do here after an opening corner that has not treated her nicely. You look at Kendall West's results throughout the year. She finished in the 2nd spot, challenge for the win as well in round 2, as well as she did out in round number 1 where she fell short of Forrest Blair for a back-to-back, or the podium, I should say, was exactly the same for rounds 1 and 2. Overall, as a mistake now. And Carlucci, Axel Tibbs, and a couple more are going to trade positions here for 2nd.
And up the hill through 5, 6, and 7 they go. You can see the battle pack forming there for the 4th spot there, Caleb. Front 3 have gotten away well. Same too with Bizanski with that 2-second margin already. It's more attempts being made further back here. But what a start it's been for Bizanski, a driver, Caleb, who's been close but not quite there when it comes to pace, race pace as well. Throughout the opening 2 rounds of the season. Could be looking at a new race winner with this pace. Of course, it's really early to call that, but with 2.2 seconds after just a couple laps, that's an impressive run from Bizanski.
And as well as 2nd a lap. That was almost a 1.5 seconds that last time around, what he was able to do better than the rest of the field. And I was mistaken earlier, excuse me. Benjamin Tabby, the driver, now up to 2nd to Axel Tibbs. That are 2nd and 3rd respectively. And this group here further back are all kind of standing in line. And this could be back to line McPhail as well as Dan Dukalescu, the first of the Mini U10 drivers in the mix here, Nate.
Yeah, so not the only multi-class racing you're going to be seeing this weekend here at K1 Circuit. Obviously, these Mini and Mini U10s have been doing it all season long, been intermingling between their two grids. Cool to see Liam McPhail leading the way. First overall in class and fourth on track is a good run for him thus far. Of course, Dan Dukulescu right behind him for position as well, as Blazonski coming across the line in just a couple of moments' time. It was 3 seconds last time by, as Carlucci and Blair will cross in a few moments here. Up to 3.3. Tavi going defensive there into turn one. No moves being made.
Yeah, no moves just yet as they work their way down the hill here. And we're side by side again for second. Tavi, Tibbs delivering some great racing action here on your screens. As Tavi now inches ahead, able to get back up to second. And that's going to leave Tibbs down in the third spot, opening up to the outside. Turn number 9, looking to set up a crossover as they work their way down to turn 10. And this is 4 seconds back from our leader here, Asher Blazonski. What a race. And we talked about that move right there in Rocky Moran. They were side by side, Tavi and Tibbs. They're going to go side by side again through the chicane as Tibbs is able to stay ahead, inches ahead. And going to go to the bottom of the racetrack. The rest of the pack well on its way. Dan Dukulescu, Liam McPhail with 2 laps to go. We're side by side for second and even for fourth. There it looks like with Dukulescu and McPhail. We talked about both of those Mini U10 drivers in the 107 and the 155 working their way through this field, and fourth and fifth. 6 spots gained for Dukulescu, 4 spots gained for McPhail.
Yeah, a lot of movement in the fifth and back region for those drivers. Of course, a lot of movement backwards too. Mavis Carlucci down 10, now down 8. Making up a couple positions that lap. Carson Bishop down 5. Kendall West down 9 after that opening lap spin. A lot of drivers having some growing pains here on this new layout here at K1 Circuit. Some pretty big gaps between drivers. You have to think we'll close up here, Caleb, as second and third continue to battle on this new layout.
Yeah, they're so going back and forth as now Tavi to the bottom. And exactly what we saw to those two a lap ago. They continue. Tavi, bottom of the racetrack. Tibbs going to follow him down low. Now going to open up. And McPhail well on his way. The same for Dukulescu. And look at the crossover there. We're side by side again for second. The GFC to the low side. Tibbs inches ahead. Able to fully clear on the exit of turn number 2, 3 as well, up to turn 4. And Tibbs just made a mistake to start off this lap, fell under pressure to Tavi, and able to get him right back as this one continues. But with the white flag flying, we haven't given our leader too much screen time. That's because he's been gone from the rest of the field. 8 seconds clear for Asher Blazonski, putting on an absolute clinic of how to go around this place, how to go around K1 Circuit. And he's been waiting in 2026 for the first one of the year to win his first qualifying heat race. It's going to come to start off round number 3. Asher Blazonski wins qualifying heat 1 in Mini.
And dominant fashion too, Caleb. 8.5 seconds, the gap. Has to be one of the biggest margins we've seen throughout this season. Definitely the biggest one we've seen in the Mini U10 category in 2026. So for the rest of the drivers in these classes, definitely will be shaking their heads, trying to figure out how to catch up to the back end of that 213 GFC machine with Blazonski behind the wheel.
Yeah, and a lot of work to do for the rest of the field, but Blazonski, competition speed GFC. First winner on the day, on the Saturday We won't see Bazanski or the rest of the Mini and Mini U10 drivers until after the lunch break. But in a couple of moments, we're getting ready to go racing with KG.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, oh, what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go where the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations, it's a celebration. It's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them try, go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside kart specialist, proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Join the grid for the next exciting round of Champions of the Future America Series, April 18th through the 19th on an all-new track layout at K1 Circuit in Winchester, California. This new layout includes the signature Rocky Moran corner, downhill S's, and the fast D chicanes, plus a new final hairpin that will provide plenty of thrilling overtaking opportunities. Registration opens soon, so learn more now at championskartingamerica.com.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Qualifying heat race number 1 for KA Junior, getting set to hit the racetrack. And here's a look at your starting lineup. They're led to the green by Aaron Spears and Sebastian Hauser, but Jackson Lambros standing by on pit lane. Jackson?
Zonski, his older brother Diesel, though, a little bit farther back than we expected, Caleb, after fighting for a podium in round 2, and that's because of a heavily damaged chassis after practice Friday. Running tic-tac-toe, used a little bit too much curb, so the Competition Speed family, again, mom and pop shop, didn't really have the option to buy a new chassis, so mom went back to home in Riverside, got an old factory cart. Dad called Billy Musgrave from Phoenix and FaceTimed him to help reassemble their old cart. Both them and their dad, Daniel, pulling in all night here to get that old cart put back together. Diesel got a little bit of sleep, though, managed to use a tent bag as a makeshift sleeping bag. So a long night for the Bazanski family, but Diesel just happy to take the green flag. He's got his twin sister, Dania, just behind. They'll be looking to fight forward.
Thank you, Jackson. Good to hear, right? The stories down in the paddock. And luckily for them, Asher already starting off the day best way possible. But again, that GFC damaged after yesterday's practice, and again, good to see them still just calling Billy, right? Looking to get that thing reworked to get going and going racing here today. But green flag gonna fly and out of the tram lines a little bit too early for Aaron Spears there, Nate. We start this one off in KA Junior. We're underway. Hauser's up to second already, but again, your leader, pole sitter, 2 tires out of the tram lines to start this one off.
Yeah, and I'm afraid that could be a time penalty coming the way of Spears. That's just a rookie error to not have all 4 wheels inside that tram line, and most likely a time penalty coming to the National Motorsports driver. But behind, the face we've seen is more drivers off there in turn 2 and 3. It's been a hard point on track, but Sebastian Hauser getting back to the point before we saw those carts off. The driver we've been so accustomed to seeing out in front of the KA Junior category had it for a moment. Now Aaron Spears, getting by for the race lead again.
Yeah, what a move there out of Aaron Spears to go back by in turn number 11. And now Hauser with a good exit out of turn 16. Going to clear him before hitting the timing loop. And now Sebastian Hauser going to be your leader. And you can see already just pressured from behind, everybody pushing and shoving. Looking to stack this field up as Sebastian points forward and everybody else behind him to Ferguson. Back to Alejandro Gonzalez, Bronson Custas, your top 5, Tyron Scott, and there goes Ferguson looking on the inside for third. He's going to get it as they exit turn number 4.
And Troy Ferguson, undoubtedly really the fastest driver in qualifying, wasn't able to get fast time because of a mistake or being held up or something in the third sector on that lap. Is big contact. Tyron Scott around in front of the field. Multiple drivers going to the wayside there in turn 9. Heavy impact for them. And already in the first couple of laps of KA Jr., the chaos of this layout starting to form. But the drivers out in front, like Troy Ferguson, Caleb, getting through that clean, dropping a tire there on the exit of 16. He's unaffected by all the melee that just happened there in turn 9.
Yeah, that was a big incident there just to exit turn number 9. And again, a good number of drivers collected around, not able to close this one off, but a lot different than what we've seen here at K1 Circuit Winchester, Nate. One pass, one move where that could really bring everybody back in the mix, back in contention. The exact opposite here, where one pass, one move can make this field explode and give a gap of a lifetime to Sebastian Hauser as we take a look back at the shopakr.com replay of that incident there up on the side of Kustas, and everybody just piling in there. And yeah, just the hard incident there for Kustas to get collected, and I think a couple more as well were involved there. And I believe that was Kustas, and he's still going inside of the top 10, which is, I think, even crazier to see, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, points on offer for him and everyone else in this race. So if you can keep it on track and get back going, might as well. But Sebastian Hauser out in front here, Caleb, as Bronson Kustas, even after that collision, went purple. So obviously the Kartnik guys aren't going to be too worried about that with him going purple. There's still speed on that OTK machine, so good to see. But out in front, like I was saying, Sebastian Hauser, 1.3 second gap for the driver that's still looking for a main event race win this year. Obviously, a lot of racing to go until we get to that point. But he's put himself in a really good position so far, Caleb.
And we talked about those incidents to kind of start off this race. Angelo Atkins is out. Sebastian Johnson out. Daniel Bizanski and Darius Andre all out. That's 23rd down to 26th. 4 drivers out of this race early. But up front, Sebastian Hauser's gap, no change as Gonzalez now through for second to Spears, to Ferguson, and Mason Moses. Currently your top 5 is Bronson Kustas is going to start to chase him down.
Yeah, and we'll see what he can do with all the pace underneath him. So he has Kartnik teammate of Troy Ferguson, just one kart in front of him. Really no inroads being made on Sebastian Hauser right now, Caleb. 1.7 last sector loop for Sebastian Hauser, with Gonzalez behind. Of course, another HRT development driver. Not within drafting distance of his teammate, and not really able to work with Spears behind to potentially draft up to the back end of his teammates. So on lap 4 of 7, reaching for that 5 of 7 and 2 to go in just a couple of moments time. I think it's going to be a little too late for the drivers running second on back to try and get a heat race victory.
And you see moves already further back in this field. Looking for third is Aaron Spears, looking to go on Gonzalez. They're side by side on the exit of turn number 1. The run all the way to turn 2. Fast left-hander. And you see Spears, they're still looking in third, looking to go ahead of Gonzalez. And that move in turn 1, able to get alongside, just wasn't able to make it stick, as now that's going to open up the gap even more to Sebastian Hauser up front. Changes as Kustas now gets himself into the top 5. Moses to 7th to Braden Wagner, who's up to 6th. And Ferguson is leading that second group with Kustas, and they continue to reshuffle there. But there's Ferguson to Kustas, back to Wagner, back to Mason Moses. And again, we know this group is fast, right? Seeing Braden Wagner has won the past 2 rounds here. One at round number 2 when the dust was settled. One at round number 1 on the racetrack. And after it was all said and done, this is a big 180 to where we're used to seeing Braden Wagner. And again, this race has also gone the way of Sebastian Hauser, getting himself out in front and away from the field early. But if they want to be in the fight, you got to think of learning qualifying heat race number 1 for these junior drivers.
Yeah, and a lot of data to bring back to the teams, not just in this class, but for the teams with multiple drivers in multiple different categories, going to be combining the knowledge throughout all of those to try and get on top of this track.
Well, less than a half a lap to go as Sebastian Hauser gets ready to round turn number 11 into Rocky Moran. Final couple of corners, and the battle still raging on from Ferguson and back. But Sebastian Hauser looking for a first main event victory here this weekend. Starts it off on the right foot. Hauser going to win qualifying heat race number 1 in K100 Junior to Gonzalez, making it a 1-2 for HRT. Aaron Spears, your top 3.
You can see just how open that field got there, Caleb, in KA Junior. And of course, after the pack racing we've been so used to over the past 2 weekends, this obviously being a byproduct of what happens when you get too many karts going for the same piece of real estate. That move, though, from Spears, Caleb, outside of the tram lines, most likely be looked at the officials for being out of position, but what a chaotic race it was.
And you take a look back at it here, challenged early, Sebastian Hauser was, and again, that incident right there, right here, Bronson Kustas, a couple of others getting collected, and that's all he needed to get away. And I think that might have been the 351 of Angelo Atkins, it looked like, potentially one of the ones involved in that incident. But this was one of the closest battles that we had of Alejandro Gonzalez and Aaron Spears. They went back and forth for almost the entire race, and that allowed Sebastian Hauser to run away with the maximum points finish in qualifying heat race number 1. First half of our KA seniors get ready to go racing, qualifying heat race A versus B. And Keegan Kaminsky, overall pole sitter, gets ready to lead this field to the green flag over Cameron Perry. Alongside him on row number 1, Archer Eversman and Josh Leslie on row number 2 with Flavio Aquini. Steven Searock on row number 3 with Aiden Aquino, Connor Carpenter, John Michael Dunnigan, Nathaniel Pryor, Brandon Chu, Yamir Kalani, Anaya, J.D. Drennan, Jack Babiak, Lewis Dilly, Ethan Williams, Ethan Liu, Rocky Moran, Zachary Simmons, Bryce Benton, Chris Tokunaga, and Dylan Noble. The drivers that we have set to take the green flag here for the first half of our KA seniors. Kaminsky on the inside for Formula Works GFC, the privateer operation of Cameron Perry on the outside as we head into the tram lines and await the green flag. Kaminsky to Perry into the tram lines. Green flag flies. We're underway in KA Senior.
Through turn 1, clean. Cameron Perry gained a really good jump from that outside lane, taking the lead away from Keegan Kaminsky in the opening corner. So a new leader in Champions of the Future America Series competition for the KA 100 seniors is Archer Eversman, trying to get his way back up the field, along with more Access Kart Sport teammates of Steven Sirock behind. But the more things change, the more they stay the same. Caleb, GFC leading the way here.
Yeah, and it's Cameron Perry, the driver who leads this field, to Kaminsky, the driver in second. Eversman making a couple moves early on to get himself into the third spot and looking to chase down the two GFCs out in front. More moves throughout this field as we follow through just right behind what looked to be Searock there. That little bit of side-by-side action. And indeed it was. So that was Flavio Aquini, Josh Leslie going at it for the edge of the top 5 with Aiden Aquino to Connor Carpenter, John Michael Dunnigan, and Brandon Chu on the edge of our top 10.
And still battling away in this mid-pack like we've seen pretty much all season. These drivers not getting in the line as quickly as those drivers out in front. Still figuring out their game plan on the second lap, where top 3 nose to tail right now, just working on getting away from the rest of the pack and giving themselves some breathing room. Our drivers swapping up positions, though. Caleb, of course, points being on offer for the first of 3 qualifying heats for these KA seniors, and of course another group to come after this one. At the moment, it's exactly what the GFC team would have wanted right now with Keegan Kaminsky out in front. Archer Eversman, though, splitting them up on the Access Kart Sport red speed. Cameron Perry, after getting that jump in turn 1 to take the lead, now finds himself behind 2 of his fellow competitors.
Yeah, 1 lap, 1 corner, all it took. Keegan Kaminsky able to get ahead of Perry, and then Eversman quickly followed him by. You don't want to spend too much time sitting in third, and as well giving an opportunity for 2 GFCs to work together comfortably. And again, smart by Eversman there, right? In that situation, best case scenario for yourself and as well for your operation is make those 2 as uncomfortable as possible. Put yourself in the mix, put yourself in the question, rattle them a little bit, and now we'll see what he can do from the second spot. Right behind Keegan Kaminsky, out of Rocky Moran, into the S's, and up to 14, 15, and 16. The chicane, again, being difficult, a difficult one to navigate. And on the exit, we've seen a lot of that so far this weekend. Kaminsky puts a tire into the dirt, the same for Eversman, and the same for Perry. Almost all 3 in unison, putting a tire off the racetrack there on the exit of 16, Nate.
Yeah, all 3 of them making the same mistake. Drivers in second and third with Eversman and Perry just so locked in on the driver in front of them, the cart in front of them, just making the same simple mistake. So Kaminsky maybe would have thought that Eversman would have gone by into turn 1. Lucky for him, both of them followed on the exit of 16 into the dirt. But Eversman's looking this time, Caleb, not really in a no man's land between the two GFCs now. He's really pulled up to the back end of Keegan Kaminsky. If he wants it, he might have a late lunge into the chicane, but I'm thinking he doesn't want to show that card too early in the weekend. We could be on for a move into turn 1 at the end of the straightaway.
Yeah, we'll see. And again, we've seen Eversman just really reel in Kaminsky throughout this lap. And they've kind of left Perry a little bit behind. They've been just that tick better. It was about 0.2 of a second last time by for Archer Eversman and Keegan Kaminsky. That's the difference, and that's what they were able to go better over Cameron Perry as far as lap times go, which is why you're seeing that gap open up to about 2 car lengths. Flavio Keeney, the driver who currently sits in 4th, but no change for him outside of gaining a spot to start off this race. Steven Searock as well, still on the edge of your top 5 in 5th. To Aquino, Josh Leslie down 3 spots, down in 7th. To John Michael Dunnigan, Nathaniel Pryor, and Lewis Dilley. That's your order all the way down to 11th. And the biggest mover is indeed Lewis Dilley, who's up 4 spots. But that being said, the field, everybody's just setting in lap times. They're 3 wide, just buried in the field. That might even be outside of the top 10 there, Nate, as now finally going to have a pass for the lead. Eversman looking on the inside of 14. He's got it, and Kaminsky looking to respond right away on the front stretch.
Wasn't expecting too much passing going into the chicane this weekend. But obviously, Eversman proving me wrong there, trying to hold it around the outside. Decides better of it. Now Perry is going to go along with his GFC teammate. So now Keegan Kaminsky back in clean air with the help of Perry as well. Eversman in that 3rd spot. You have to say, Caleb, it is a bit of a surprise to see moves being made into the chicane as Eversman put a nose on Perry, unable to get that done. But with such a long straightaway at the end of it and with how awkward it is to go side by side through 14, 15, and 16, it's obviously a place to catch your other drivers out like Eversman did there in turn 9 on Perry. But I have to think that it's obviously not going to be the go-to passing opportunity this layout.
Yeah, you do lose a good bit of time there in turn number 9, being a hairpin. And you see it there out of Eversman. The gap opens up, but it's going to close right on down as Eversman aggressive through turn 14, up and over the curbs to close down his gap. And you look further back, this group that sat at about 2 in between Eversman and Kaminsky is now turned in about 7. And this is all the way down to Josh Leslie in the 7th spot, up to Steven Searock, Aquino, Akini, Perry, Eversman, and Kaminsky. And you see them all just well in frame as they work their way into and out of turn number 4 now, down to 5. And this is a very fast sector number 2 here on the racetrack. And this is where, Jackson kind of mentioned this. You really need to be flawless through here. You need to drive with some finesse out of those long and sweeping corners to get a good run up here to turn number 9, set up a pass. And even there out of turn number 9, you need to be good out of turn number 10 to set up a move just like that in a Rocky Moran. And that's a great move for 3rd for Flavio Akini, getting himself in the mix here over Cameron Perry.
Yeah, good move there. 2 laps to go, but Jackson Lambros on the ground as an update.
Just want to remind you guys, hearing in on driver's briefing this morning, race control has made it clear that they're going to be a lot more aware of blocking, and that means that you are definitely allowed to do it, but if you are on the receiving end of maybe a racing incident, they're not going to be maybe as motivated to change their minds on things. So a little bit more aware about blocking here, guys.
Yeah, thank you there, Jackson. And again, just getting feedback from round number 2 and applying it here. How can they be better for round number 3? But we're getting close to the end here as Eversman sits in 2nd. 3rd, back to Akini. He's been making moves, getting his nose down low. We saw it in Rocky Moran a lap ago. And now, as this race continues to get closer to its conclusion, Kaminsky's going to put it at the bottom in turn 14 out of the final corner. And with a white flag in the air, Eversman having a run, looking low. He's going to have to open back up as Kaminsky goes low, and Eversman looking to set up a crossover. He could get it as they race their way into turn number 2. Eversman able to get clear, and he's your new leader on the final lap with a good bit to go as Kaminsky now looking to rip the high side outside of turn number 4. We're side by side for the lead. And again, we've talked about these S's. Can Kaminsky make it stick? Turn number 5. And what a move around the outside. Kaminsky back to the lead.
High risk, high reward there for Keegan Kaminsky, getting it done. Has a bit of a gap now to Eversman. Should go the way of the GFC pilot.
Yeah, Kaminsky looking to run away with it here as now Eversman going to have to defend for second. Akini's right behind him. And then back to Aiden Aquino. But Keegan Kaminsky challenged, unfazed to the end. He wins qualifying heat race number 1. A versus B to Eversman, to Akini, to Aquino, and Steven Searock, your top 5. Well, let's take a look back at that qualifying heat race, A versus B. And at the start, Cameron Perry was able to get a great jump off the line, able to get himself to the lead ahead of Keegan Kaminsky. And movers further back, Akini, one of those, up 2 spots. Aquino as well, up 3. Definitely delivered some great racing action. And as well, all the way further back, buried inside of the top 10 and maybe even just outside of it. Some great battles, but Eversman showing us the first move into turn 14, and Keegan Kaminsky responds right after turn number 1, gets his nose down low and is able to get himself clear. It wasn't as easy as it might have looked, as Eversman looked to go right back on him and was able to set up an over-under quite nicely. As further back, Perry, there was the incident, little lockup, little sideways moment for him. Collected a couple, Searock it looked like. But up front, Kaminsky unfazed, and he's standing by with Jackson Lambros.
To hold a lead from pole position in this class, but Keegan Kaminsky making the move over from X30, having no issues. Talk to me about that heat, because that did not look easy out in front.
Yeah, for sure. The toe is really big right now with the headwind, so definitely had to fight for that one pretty hard. The flagger caught me off guard on the start a little bit, so had a rough start off that one, but looking forward to the next one, and hopefully we can do the same thing.
It is close in competition out in front. None of these heats are given. How satisfying is it for you to have a heat win, get those maximum points early in the weekend?
Yeah, it's really good. It definitely. I don't want to say I'm going to make an error, but it gives me room to make an error in one of the heat races. But hopefully that doesn't happen. And just keep going, winning the races.
We appreciate it, Keeg. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, guys, Keegan Kaminsky striking first in KA Senior.
Yeah, thank you there, Jackson. And crazy to think, Nate, got a whole nother group getting ready to go out. Qualifying heat race C versus D coming out in a couple of moments.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit, your coverage will resume shortly.
Well, we're getting ready to go racing once again, and rookie Matthew Cagle from Formula Works GFC gets ready to lead this field to green with Luis Perez on row number 1. Spencer Kempton and Johnny Stamps, round 1 winner on row number 2 to Talon Brown, Grayson Schobert, Gavin McCune, Ian Kim, Rylan Cordon, Max Campbell, Cash Lethierry, Nolan Bishop, Matthias Broerken, Isaac Gutierrez, Phil Giebler, Grayson Hall, Gavin Nakagawa, Dylan Lee Hallmark, Steven Eisert, and Maxi Saga. The drivers on deck to go racing here. Qualifying heat race C versus D, and Matthew Cagle is going to lead this field to the green flag.
Yeah, Cagle, obviously going to be a driver to watch. He's been so impressive throughout 2026. Johnny Stamps there as well, but going to have to keep an eye on Steven Iser, Caleb, see how much he can work his way through the field here on such a tight technical layout here at K1 Circuit. Obviously, that's where he's going to be lining up for the rest of the races today for qualifying heats 1 through 3. It's going to be a challenge for him today. It's going to need every single spot he can get. But you have to think of all the drivers in this field, the talent and the skill level of Steven Eisert. He's going to be a pick to work your way up through the field.
Yeah, and it's going to be a good bit of work as well on deck for Steven Eisert, who's getting ready to start Shotgun Charlie on the field. You see him rounding the last corner. And you see the rest of the field rounding it as well, but they're going to have to wait one more time around to get the green flag.
Yeah, so no green that time. Didn't look as off as the first two mini U10 starts of the day. So just a little error that Champions of the Future America Series stewards and officials obviously not liking with that one. So Matthew Cagle, Luis Perez will lead them around the 1 mile circuit one more time. Get tire temps back into an operating window, give them one more shot to get their karts where they want to be for heading out for 9 laps of the first of 3 qualifying heats for these KA seniors.
Here we go. Let me give it another shot to go green. Matthew Cagle on the inside, Perez on the outside, green flag flies, and Isert looking to pick up a couple of spots already down to the bottom of the racetrack. Isert, he's going to get just about 10, it looked like, spots gained on that first corner to start off this race, but up front, Perez is going to lead. Cagle has been shuffled back to second with Stamps in third.
Yeah, the GFC is not getting good jumps off the line in 2 heat races in a row. That being said, though, with Cagle and Stamps right there on each other, the 2 teammates should have the same game plan. Not quite. Stamps with a half send, unable to get by on Cagle. It's only going to allow them to fall into the clutches of the drivers behind, allow Perez to drive further off into the distance, but still, long race ahead. Cagle and Stamps most likely will get to the back end of Perez, probably by the end of this lap, even if by then. But you can already see Steven Iser making up so many spots. Johnny Stamps already going on the defense from Spencer Kempton in the 4th spot, trying to play a little bit of defense for his teammate Matthew Cagle, but also not wanting to lose too many spots himself.
Yeah, you saw him just going to the low side there, looking to fend off the HRT machine. And up front, Luis Perez is going to be pressured on the Mike Manning machine, as now Cagle, you saw him have a look, and he thought about it in turn number 5. He just had to wait as we exit turn number 7. Out of 8 now, up to 9. Cagle again looking on the low side. He's going to muscle his way by Matthew Cagle to the point, and we're side by side for second. Stamps looking to follow through on his teammate, and he couldn't get clear for second on Luis Perez, but Cagle going to lead this field away as we exit Rocky Moran into 14. Stamps looking on the low side. He's clear for second.
Yeah, and a lot of respect from Perez there that he had to show towards Stamps, because obviously going side by side through that tic-tac-toe chicane really isn't an option. If a driver has your inside going into there, has the head of steam, really the smart thing to do is just let them have that position and live to fight another day. As further back, Steven Iser going purple, started second to last, at least on that last row, Caleb, and up to 7th at this point. So, with all the battling that's been happening at the front of this field, you can't count him out yet. And you have to think that this will be huge for his points tally coming at the end of the day to give him a good shot going into the Superheat and the main event tomorrow. But how about it, though, for Steven Iser?
Yeah, Steven Iser putting on a passing clinic. 12 spots gained, like you mentioned there, Nate. What a way to get this one kicked off, and he's up to 7th now, proving that, again, the package was obviously fast with Mossman last weekend, and he's putting it back up at the front where it was just a week ago.
Yeah, you can see there this teammate resetting fast time. Again, will go by, and it's one more position, a couple more points to the tally. And start to think he has a chance at this heat race win, really closing in. And I'm sure drivers, teams on the fence line will be seeing the pace that these Kartnik drivers have, and will be put on high alert. Of that team, of those drivers, is now Matthew Kagel back to the race lead on teammate Johnny Stamps. Will retake it, give himself a little bit of fresh air, and he's going to need it. But Johnny Stamps looking to send it up the inside yet again. All this, Caleb, allowing that golden card of Steven Eisert to inch closer.
Yeah, and movers further back. That's a lot of swerving there out of Spencer Kempton. And I'm not sure if he dropped the tire, but a lot of weaving there on the straightaways. Now Stamps going to the bottom on Kagel, looking to go right back. Matthew Kagel back and forth, and Johnny Stamps has lost a good chunk of time, good chunk of positions. Through goes Steven Eisert for 3rd, Perez for 2nd. But how about this kid? Steven Eisert from last put himself at the bottom at the start, gained a good number of spots, and now in the fight, in the conversation for a qualifying heat race victory with half of this race still to go.
And it's just crazy from Steven Eisert. Been on a different level compared to the rest of these KA 100 senior drivers, and that's saying something just with the amount of talent we have at the front of these fields. Drivers you see competing for race wins nationally at other series. Perez now looking to get by on Kagel, looks behind. He sees Steven Eisert as well, so these guys are going to have to be careful. Eisert now 3 wide for the race lead. He's going to get by Kagel into turn 2. Now he's just 1 spot away from a heat race victory.
There you go. Kagel just chose the wrong line, was in the middle, looking to go right back on Perez. And again, Eisert able to get himself clear on the inside for 2nd. Now he's going to be chasing down the Carlos Sainz Mike Manning machine for the lead. Out of the S's, out of turn number 7, up to turn number 8. Eisert, what a drive up to this point, and one more spot should be the best way to pretty much attack this race, is damage limitation, and he's done just that after the qualifying session. You think about the pace he had at round 1. Round number 2 wasn't the best, but here at round 3, looking on the inside, Steven Eisert to the lead from last. He's going to get himself to the front of the field with Kagel to 2nd, Stamps to 3rd, and both of the Formula Works drivers now looking to go on Eisert to the bottom. Kagel's clear, Stamps is clear. Eisert brushes on the brakes, and he slots back in line at 3rd.
And I mean, Kagel and Stamps have been going at each other throughout the race. I was going to say, you got to stop battling with how fast Eisert is. Johnny Stamps obviously not getting that memo at this stage of the race, Caleb. I mean, you have to work together at this point, because Steven Eisert, it seems like, has the pace to potentially even walk away from you and the drivers that he's battling in this league group. So use the numbers, use your advantage. There's 2 of you guys, there's only 1 of him, but still Johnny Stamps feeling like he can lead this thing. Matthew Kagel being okay with that, being content with that plan for the time being, but still Johnny Stamps continuing to look behind him, going defensive on his teammates still. We're on for a barn burner here in KA Senior.
And it feels like it's already been that way, Nate. As we're getting close to the end, 2 laps to go. Just to the bottom, those Stamps. Eisert looking to cross him up just like he was crossed up a lap ago. And further back, Kempton now finally looking to go back on Perez. He's not going to get the run that he would have wanted. Rylan Cordon is only up to 6. Maxi Saga, we've talked a lot about Steven Eisert's 16 spots and everything he's done. But Maxi Saga also having a great race thus far the 13. He was a driver we talked about having mechanical issues. Another one of the Kartniks. And he's up 13 spots himself. So those gold machines have been flying so far in this KA Senior qualifying heat race as Stamps takes the entire field low. Cagle looking to cross him up. As we exit turn number 9 and a 10, we're side by side for the lead. For the point, Cagle goes low. Isert looking to follow, and Matthew Cagle takes the lead.
All I can think about right now, Caleb, is the number one rule of racing: don't hit your teammate. And Cagle and Stamps are getting awfully close to that line. Cagle going to bring him to the white line on the white flag into turn 1. Gets a little bit of a tap from Steven Isert, holds it nicely in the braking zone, and will hold the lead. Stamps now helping out Steven Isert to try and get back to the race lead. Perez really left high and dry there on the exit of turn 1. Isert going defensive through turn 3 into the hairpin of 4, still on that defensive line. This is surely helping out Matthew Cagle to potentially get a race victory.
Yeah, and I tell you what, that's going to close it out as well, as Isert now just looking to defend with everything that he's got for position. But Matthew Cagle has run away from this field. And as well, can't fail to mention on the exit of turn number 1, an incident involving a couple of drivers just buried in this field, Nate, has left them shuffling down the order. But Isert, it's a recovery that's only going to end at 17 spots gained, as Stamps now looking for 3rd. But up front, as we work our way to the chicane, Matthew Cagle going to be victorious to end off qualifying heat race C versus D. Isert, 17 spots gained to get himself up to 2nd to Perez, your top 3. 14 spots for Maxi Saga to get up to 6th. What a race, what an end. But Matthew Cagle holds on over the rest of the field.
Yeah, number 1 in the classification there, but maybe not the best kart. That going to Steven Isert. We'll hear from Matthew Cagle with Jackson once they get into the scale lines and get a little bit of a debrief from his perspective on how things stood. But there you can see unofficial classification for qualifying heat number 1 for Group C and D of KA Senior. Cagle, Isert, Perez, your top 3.
Well, here's a look back at that race. And again, just so many moves to kind of debrief here, and so many incidents as well that we had just missed close to the end. And up front, this is really what allowed Steven Isert to get himself right back into the mix, right back into play. Side by side up front, Cagle, Perez, Stamps delivered some great racing action. The same could be said about Maxi Saga and Steven Isert. But again, Stamps, turn 14, that proved to be one of his favorite passing zones, and moves like that on the inside. Cagle was able to go right back, and Isert was able to take advantage for another pass, and that you see Stamps just going a little wide and bringing Isert right back into play there, Nate. And again, these drivers just really having to work for it, really having to give it everything they had. And this incident right here, 3 wide. Perez was in the lead for about a lap, and it didn't last because Isert put himself up to the front in turn 14.
And Isert had such a head of steam throughout the entirety of this race. The final couple of laps, Caleb, starting to fall off ever so slightly, but you know, for him to be able to cut his way through the field, obviously he's going to be feeling good, even though he didn't get the race win. As you saw there, some big hits throughout the field this race.
Yeah, but through it all, Matthew Cagle able to close it out, able to win. He's standing by with Jackson Lambert.
Let's talk to him. Win number 1 on the weekend for the young gun, Matt Cagle. You had to fight for it out in front. Talk to me about that heat.
I mean, it was good. I just didn't realize it was going to be that aggressive for the first heat. I just wanted to take control of the race because I saw people coming behind us. I didn't want me falling back even more, so I just kind of stayed in the front and did everything.
Things got aggressive early, but a big difference. You had a teammate out there with you out in front. How much of an advantage was it for you to have Johnny out in front with you?
It was a good amount because down the straightaway we pushed a couple times, and then it's just better because you could trust him more, and you don't have all these other guys going at you. You have 2 people.
Good stuff. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Guys?
Yeah, well, there you guys have it. From Matthew Cagle, only 1 heat remains before we hit the lunch break. Pro X30 and K100 Heritage coming up next.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Well, let's run you down your starting lineup here for your Heritage and Pro starting grid order. Eric Doan gets ready to lead the Pro field to the green flag with Wrigley Keys starting alongside him on row number 1. Kurt Harnish on row 2 with Lawrence Blake, the first of the Heritage drivers, starting on row number 3 with Tony Gomez, Diego Pelosi, Andre Isaac, Craig Vasquez, and Sergey Karamseli. It looks like slated to start at the tail end of the field. So that's going to be a very difficult opening lap for him to look to work his way through this field here, Nate. And we talked about multi-class racing. Karamseli starts at the back, and he has to get through the entire field in Heritage.
Yeah, not ideal. Penalty for missing the driver's briefing earlier on in the day. So obviously just with getting by those KA Heritage drivers shouldn't be too much of an issue. The bigger issue here is not doing it in too much time to let Eric Doan and co. get away.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it here. Eric Doan takes the green flag, and Heritage and Pro is underway, and we'll keep an eye on Karamseli as he looks to work his way by this field. But up front, Eric Doan, picture perfect start in the lead of it all with Wrigley Keys and Kurt Harnish, second and third.
Yeah, getting the job done for Eric Doan out of the start phase. There you see Sergey Karamseli up to P2 in the KA Heritage drivers. P2 now, excuse me, has one more to go. So making quick work of those drivers, but still puts himself on the back foot in his own class in the X30 Pro division. And of course, he'll be starting at the tail end, presumably throughout all of the qualifying heats because of missing that driver's briefing. So really, this first qualifying heat, maybe just a test to see where's the best spots to get by those K100 power plants are powering the Heritage drivers. There you see Eric Doan already going to the radiator, taking some tape off, letting that X30 breathe just a little bit more. About half a second between himself and the National Motorsports driver of Keys behind. We'll have to see if a driver we haven't seen throughout this season in 2026 in the X30 class in Keys is able to hold with rising superstar that is Eric Doan.
And again, this opening lap looking good for Keys. Already just keeping Eric Doan at an arm's length away. And this is a picture-perfect start as well to, like you mentioned there, Nate, a first start in the Pro X30 division for Keys, not putting a foot wrong. And just keeping himself bumper to bumper, nose to tail with Eric Doan, who's at the lead of it all. Further back, Tony Gomez, driver who leads the Heritage Division with Lawrence to Pelosi to Isaac to Vasquez. And this is a good run as well. Out of turn 16, Keys not going to go, staying in line. Eric Doan still leads as we exit turn number 1 and as we start lap number 3.
Yeah, I have to say it's impressive by Keys to be holding with Doan at this stage of the race. Of course, Doan's so experienced here at K1 Circuit, especially on these Pressa tires for the Champions of the Future America Series. And, you know, being put under pressure, not by Jake Drew, who we've been so accustomed to seeing in the first 2 rounds, but from another West Coast-based factory team in Nash Motorsports. Keys doing an excellent job thus far, but like we always say, one thing to catch up to a driver, whole nother thing to pass.
Let's go down to Jackson Lambros, talk about the driver in the 604 already getting 4 spots and in the mix here in a couple of moments as Keys looks to go. Turn 14, right on cue. Wrigley Keys to the point, but Jackson, what do you got for us as Karam Selly has gotten himself up to 3rd?
You mentioned it earlier, guys, only one GFC in the field, Sergey Karamselli, and this weekend possibly being the last time we'll see him in this equipment. An announcement made earlier this week, Sergey and family announcing they'll be jumping over to MPG and Kart Republic, so we'll be joining Billy Vincent and Chase Jones's program in a couple weeks at Tucson, and then after that, he got the opportunity to test the Kart Republic a couple weeks ago. He immediately fell in love with it. He's operating out of the GFC tent now, running under the Maxwell Sim Racing banner. The program started by his dad, and he expects to make that transition over to Kart Republic after Tucson.
Yeah, thank you there, Jackson. And again, yeah, the announcement coming out a couple of weeks ago, the last time that we'll see Karam Selly in the GFC package, GFC liveried and as well chassis, if you will. He's going to make his first start next weekend whenever we go to the SCUSA Pro Tour for rounds 1 and 2. To the Musselman Honda circuit, and he's going to accompany one of the world's best, Joe Turney, as that was announced as well this week on his return to the seat here stateside, looking to go back for another SCUSA Pro Tour title. But that being said, we have our eyes on the Heritage drivers as Karam Selly goes fastest, looking for a move for the lead. Lawrence Blake on the inside, side by side, hand in the air. Blake looked to go by on Tony Gomez, and they're going to fight all the way down to turn number 2. Blake's still on the inside, having to hit the brakes. And Gomez holds on by just a little bit there, Nate.
Yeah, that move going into turn 2, I'm thinking surely he's going to back out of it. Surely. And it's like it's happening in slow motion of both of them lucky they got away with that, because it being a high-speed section of track, a little bit of front wheel to rear wheel contact could have put both of them out. Getting lucky that time, as you can see, battle further behind them. Pelosi and Vasquez, the drivers in 3rd and 4th right now. Those guys having their own battle as well. So, of course, with us focusing so much on the X30 Pro guys at the start of this, these KA Heritage drivers as well have been having a great race as well, as Eric Doan back in X30 going fastest and putting the pressure on Keys.
And we look at it here as we're looking at the lead, and once again we're side by side up front. Blake looking on the inside. Lawrence now gets himself to the point. Gomez back to 2nd, and 2 laps of trying through the same corner. Blake Lawrence now for Precision Works on the CRG machine gets himself to the lead of the race.
Yeah, back to the lead for him after what was a potentially sketchy move like we were talking about in turn 2. Now has some fresh air. Another driver in the lead, Eric Doan. He got by Keys, and there is the battle in X30. Eric Doan turning up the pace this last lap. Again, has some fresh air for his West Coast Motorsports. Birel Art leading the way just by a couple of tenths. Last time by, there they are. With Sergei Karamseli not too far back. So even though Caleb Karamseli did lose a bit of time on those opening couple of laps, getting by the KA Heritage drivers, have to say he does have some decent pace closing into these front two.
Yeah, he's definitely doing a good job. And when you look at the timing charts, 103.6 last time around for Karamseli, 104.2 and a 103.8 for Wrigley Keys and Eric Doan, respectively. So you see the differences there, right? 0.2 better than Doan last time around and about half a second better than Wrigley Keys. And you see him just the man in the mirror on that front straightaway, closing in 2 laps to go for Eric Doan Keys. But Karamseli, he's going to have this field on notice. Again, he was able to go just that little bit. It was actually Eric Doan, the one that was able to improve a little bit more. But that being said, Karamseli's pace right there with these leaders, Nate. And you got to think, if he didn't have to work his way through this field at the opening lap, how this race would look. I'm sure it'd be a little different with 3 drivers well in contention here.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, you also have to think, Caleb, that getting P3 this heat will be good for his points tally. If he can do the same for the rest of the races, that will obviously help him out going into the super heat and the main event. So, obviously not hindering him too much was that penalty to go to the rear of the field. Obviously, he would have liked some time racing with these two out in front who have the white flag, Eric Doan, with 4.5 tenths of a second gap between himself and Keys. He needs to bring it home with no mistakes at this point. It will be hard for Keys at this point to A, close that gap, and then B, to get by Eric Doan. But of course, one little tire off Caleb, and Keys is right there.
Yeah, well, here we go. Final time around. And Eric Doan, week after week, he's been learning, improving, and looking to get better, especially for next weekend, where you look to again challenge as well for his first main event victory. This weekend, long one on deck for him. 2 more qualifying heat races, but this is the best way to get things started. Out of Rocky Moran, Eric Doan, again on a weekend with opportunity. He's taken it in the first of the qualifying heat races. Eric Doan wins in pro. And further back, Blake Lawrence, Tony Gomez, they've been going back and forth for almost the entirety of this race. And Lawrence currently the driver that stays ahead. And we'll see how they round up that final corner. Diego Pelosi still sits in third of that group. Before we get into that, again, a good recovery out of Karamseli to get himself up to third when the dust settles. But out of the second sector, looks like Blake Lawrence still holding on by a good margin. And indeed, Lawrence, you see him pumped up. At the end of it, he's going to win in Heritage to Tony Gomez. But Eric Doan, winner in pro. And I'm sure he'll be standing by with Jackson Lambros here in a couple of moments.
Here we go, Eric Doan, our first winner in Pro X30. You had to fight for it with Riggs out there. Talk to me about that battle with the Nash driver.
Oh, it was fun. I really enjoyed it. I mean, a little bit of an off decision by me, trying to not letting it by as much as I should have in the chicane, but we were able to run him back down. Kart's been on rails all week. Great power from Frag. West Coast Motorsports got this thing rolling and was able to get back by.
We're expecting 100-degree temperatures later on today. You're running the bumps a lot more than any other configuration we've ran so far. How physical is it out there on track?
It's definitely tough. Well, I'm a runner, so I'm kind of used to heat, but yeah, it's brutal with the G-forces and the soft tire through the S's and through the chicane over the curbs. I got a pretty nasty weld on my hip from them. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely not easy, but we should be able to go through it.
We'll let you take a breather then. Thanks, Eric.
Thanks, Jackson.
Well, there you go. Win number 1, Eric Doan. He's trying to go the distance here in round 3.
Yeah, well, thank you very much there, Jackson. Thank you very much to Eric Doan as well. And again, very hot day here in Winchester, California for round number 3 of the Champions of the Future America Series. We'll, again, give a break to the hardworking crew here, our crew, and as well for the Champions of the Future America's crew and officials to get fed and get a little bit of AC. When we return, more qualifying action getting set to come your way in about an hour's time. We'll be right back with more. Well, we're getting ready to do it all over again. Qualifying heat race number 2, getting ready to kick off with our mini drivers. And starting on the pole position once again, Asher Bazanski and Maddox Carlucci, Benjamin Tavi, Axel Tibbs, Kendall West looking for a much better going this time around. She starts just a little bit further back in the field with Mateo Gomez, down to Carson Bishop, William Wark, Lionel McPhail, Dan Dukalescu, Timothy Brodovchenko, Lucas Freitas, and more. Getting ready to take the green flag here all the way down to Jason Tucker, 19 total in this, or I should say for round number 3 here this weekend, 19 drivers in Mini and Mini U10. Nate, so far to start off the morning to kick things off, a great day of racing action and already a little bit of action so far to get this one kicked off even before the green flag flies.
Never a dull moment in Mini or Mini U10. Unsure what happened through that section of the track. Those drivers will be wanting to get themselves pointing the right way. That was the turn 8 chicane. So I think we got everyone pointing the right way there, Caleb. Luckily, no bent-up go-karts or anything. So these Mini and Mini U10s will look to get the green flag in the first time of asking. Unlike heat number 1, it's like we're going red.
Red flag, so these drivers are going to get stopped here, and they'll make sure everybody is A-okay. But yeah, red flag is what was shown. So we'll step aside here and wait to get more information. We'll be right back.
Back here live from K1 Circuit Winchester. You're joining us here in a red flag as it was contact early during the warm-up lap between the 204 Benjamin Tavi with the 209 William Wark, it looks like, or excuse me, it's actually Lion McPhail, the two making contact during the out lap, but that brings us under the red flag. Good news is, looks like both drivers are okay. Kart's being collected right now. Should be going back to green in just a couple moments' time. Stay with us.
You guys heard it there from Jackson Lambros, and thank you very much to Jackson as well, bringing us all the information, boots on the ground, everything going on here this weekend for round number 3 of the Champions of the Future America Series, and it's pretty much every weekend that we're here at K1 Circuit, Winchester. But that being said, we talked about that incident on that opening lap, Nate, and it was Lion McPhail and Benjamin Tavy, both of the drivers, collected an incident as we were getting ready to take this one underway, and it looks like everybody is all right. Just some precautionary checks there before getting this one underway.
Yeah, of course, race officials just want to make sure everyone's A-okay for getting these guys and girls underway. Of course, Benjamin Tavy due to start P3, unfortunate for him, and then Lion McPhail on mini U10, second in class. So unfortunate for them to have those incidents, but obviously Champions of the Future staff and officials thinking we are okay and ready to go back racing and give this start a second shot.
Yeah, and we'll keep an eye on it here as Bazanski, again, took him a little bit to get this field underway, about 2 tries before finally the third one being the charm to get this one underway. They're looking a lot better this time around to start off the second qualifying heat race. In the second round of qualifying heat races, I should say. He's getting ready to kick this one off. Only 3 qualifying heat races on the day. Superheats tomorrow. But that being said, Bazanski gets ready to take this field to the green.
A clean getaway for the front runners into turn 1 for the first time in anger this race. One driver up and over the curb. Managed to keep it the right way. But Bazanski, again, with a good jump like he did in heat number 1. But this time, Kendall West also getting a good jump and not, being spun around like we saw in the first heat. It'll be interesting to see, Caleb, what Kendall West can do. But of course, like we saw last time, an 8-second gap between first and second being led by Bazanski. He's going to be trying to do it again this time, but with the temperatures rising and more drivers in it this time around, it will be a bit more of a challenge for him.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit more challenging this time around for Bazanski, right? We've talked about the temperatures. We talked about how hot it's been here this week, pretty much in all the West Coast. Our colleagues over in Tucson, Arizona, reporting the same things with temperatures just, knocking on the door of triple digits. And it's the same here as a foot wrong there further back for Kendall West. And she's losing time as Axel Tibbs able to go by the inside of turn number 1. Tibbs now clear for second with Carson Bishop stacking up behind Kendall West. But, yeah, like you mentioned, Nate, just should be a different race this time around for Asher Bazanski, or maybe it won't be. Because as we're looking, 1 lap in, Bazanski's built a very healthy margin to the driver's second on back.
Yeah, purple in Sector 2 and Sector 3 last lap. Will go fastest of all in Sector 1 yet again. It's like a different Asher Bazanski than what we've seen in the first 2 rounds, of where he's there or thereabouts, kind of just on the doorstep of a race win now, just commanding this field, leading it with absolute precision out in front. It was 1 second last time they came across a sector split. It'll be interesting to see how much time he gains through the tic-tac-toe section. Just pretty much the main feature of this third sector. Taking a look behind him, see Tibbs in the GFC behind. And it's now 1 second here, Caleb. It's a far cry from the 8 seconds we saw in heat number 1, but still tracking for a dominant race.
Yeah, this again is exactly what the competition speed team and GFC would like to see for their young pilot of the 213, with, again, another fastest lap of the race, 113.039 over Tibbs, who was a 10th back. Kendall West, who currently sits in third. We've talked a lot about Kendall West throughout the weeks that we've been here at Winchester for the Champions of the Future America Series, and we've talked a lot about how she's been able to put herself on the podium. In second, throughout both of the main events, throughout the heats as well, she's been challenging for wins. And this weekend, this change of direction has proven to be a challenge for the rest of the field, but not for Bizanski. This time, though, Tibbs, like he's had a much better lap. But we're getting ready to complete lap number 3, starting lap number 4. 3 laps to go left in qualifying heat race number 2 for your mini drivers. And Bizanski improves once more. Another 2/10 is what he adds to his gap. 1.2 now over Axel Tibbs, the driver in second. And Bizanski's just really able to be, I think, that little bit more consistent lap after lap, giving himself a little bit more margin to build lap after lap as well, which is why you're seeing this gap grow. And that's just repetition, right, Nate? Time and time again, we've talked about young drivers in this developing stage. Repetition is key to be out there and stay out there at the front of the rest of the field and in front of the rest of your competitors.
Yeah, I mean, perfectly said. And he's getting that repetition right now. And for him to be going through these motions, especially to be, you know, having the nerves of leading a race, to be, you know, comfortable in this situation right now, letting those that learning curve of dealing with those nerves now rather than later on in his career is a huge point for his progression. I mean, talking about that progression, as we've seen 2 sticks in the air, like we've said, going from a driver who could barely hang on to the coattails of the leader to having a commanding performance. It's impressive. That being said, though, gap does come down. Axel Tibbs going fastest last time by for the GFC pilot. I don't know if it's enough, Caleb. It was only a couple tenths. By that metric, I don't think he's going to even be able to get really within the drafting range where he can suck up to the back end of Bizanski. But like we've seen all throughout today, throughout the qualifying sessions and the qualifying heat races, one small mistake that is so easy to make around here will bring the drivers behind you onto your back bumper.
Yeah, we're watching the gaps closely. Not much movement here for qualifying heat race number 2. Axel Tibbs, much better showing for him. This time around, the same can be said for Kendall West. Carson Bishop's right there in 4th. And Carlucci, the driver that currently gaps off your top 5. This time around, should be white flag in the air for Bizanski, for Tibbs, for West, and for the rest of the field. And you see the level of separation here, quite significant. We talked about the mini drivers. We've talked about them a whole lot. Mini U10, the driver who's ahead of everybody else is Carson Bishop currently. And there's, you know, for the most part, both the engine packages should be the same. The only difference here is the age. And Carson Bishop, being that little bit younger in comparison to the rest of his competitors, still finding a way to put himself inside of the top 5 overall. And you see it, right? Just a little difference in stature. But that's no problem for Bishop, who's really been able to be impressive. It was the same last time out for round number 2 in the main event. Put himself inside of the top 5 overall. And the winner of the Mini U10 main event after it was split up. But this time around, final lap out of Rocky Moran. Bizanski gets ready to work his way through. Turns 14, 15, and 16. And Bizanski, 2 in a row on Saturday. Just one more to go to check all the boxes. Bizanski wins qualifying heat race number 2 in Mini.
.4 gap, still an impressive one with this field, Caleb. Yeah, not the massive margin we saw in qualifying heat race number 1, but still enough to put the rest of the field on notice, to tell them that heat 1 was not at all a fluke, and Bizanski able to back up that performance with that win. Tibbs and West, your unofficial top 3, as you can see the unofficial classification for Mini and Mini U10, but You know, Caleb, if you're going into the final heat later on today, it's not like you can count on the cooler temperatures to bring it back into it. The temperatures are so high, and we're not going to get really a lot of sunset or night running. You mentioned our colleagues over in Tucson, Arizona, checking in with their stream just a couple moments ago. Track temp there, 130 degrees Fahrenheit. I have to imagine that we're not too off of that figure here.
Get your sunscreen, stay hydrated, drink lots of water. But I tell you what, a driver that's not going to be cooling down anytime soon is going to be Asher Bazanski. He's just heating up, and we'll see him go again later on today for qualifying heat race number 3. Coming up next, though, K.A. Jr. It's the racetrack.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tilton T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Qualifying heat race number 2 for the KA Juniors. Getting ready to go green with Aaron Spears and Sebastian Hauser leading this field. Now, Troy Ferguson starting third with Alejandro Gonzalez down in fourth. Bronson Custas, Nixon Ellsworth, Tyron Scott, Nathan Ramirez, Mason Moses, Braden Wagner, and more. And one of the surprising factors here, Braden Wagner only down in the edge of the top 10 here, Nate. And that's our winner for 2 rounds in a row. Round number 1 and round number 2. Main event winner, Braden Wagner, with a lot of work to do throughout the qualifying heats to put himself in the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely, Caleb. It'll be interesting to see if he can have a better go at it this time, as pretty fast pace going into the start sequence here for these KA junior drivers this time around. We saw this with the Mini and the Mini U10 drivers with the start being called off. It seems like starting to slow the pace down just a little bit as they head to the tram lines for the first time of asking.
Well, here we go. Aaron Spears. We didn't get the green, but Spears just in the middle of the tram lines. And again, we kind of noted before the first qualifying heat race got underway that Spears also had 2 tires throughout that middle lane, Nate. So something that the officials were, I'm sure, going to be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, it looked like during that start sequence of qualifying heat number 1, Spears was not fully inside those tram lines, in which you have to keep all 4 tires inside for that start to be deemed okay and not be looked into by race officials. I don't think he got any sort of warning or penalty for that in the first heat. However, if he does what he did in that attempt again, which was none of the tires inside the tram lines, then you have to think Champions of the Future America's staff and stewards will definitely be looking at that one. And you have to think, if you're part of that Nash Motorsports crew, you see that start, it's something you got to tell them. And again, for a driver like that, maybe hasn't started up front too much, not a sequence he's too used to, but no, it's just one of those small things that you got to get right up in front. And if he does potentially get a penalty or a warning for him for that infraction, guarantee you, Caleb, that's a mistake you only make once in your racing career.
Oh, yeah, you don't find yourself making too many of those, right? Only 1 slap on the wrist is all that it usually takes to kind of get you in check, get you in line, you know, and get you right pretty much moving forward. So for Aaron Spears, it could be something new, starting at the front, and again, something new to kind of navigate. But again, you got to think, right, the team would be telling them that all 4 tires just needing to be within the tram lines as this one gets underway. And the rest of the field slowing them down. And we'll keep an eye here on the 305 to lead this field to green.
We'll step in here quick, Caleb, before we get this underway. He did get a 3-second time penalty for that last race. Looking to do the same again. All 4 tires not in the tram lines. Green flag, and away we go for qualifying heat 2 of KA Junior.
And Spears there goes by as 3 to 4 get collected at the start of this race. But again, a penalty in the first one as Bazanski is collected, and looks like 3 others, so 4 drivers total collected at the start of this race. But Aaron Spears, again, a slap on the wrist to end heat race number 1. And we start off heat 2. And again, 2 tires out of the tram lines before the green is going to get the Champions of the Future officials with eyes on his 305 machine. But up front, Sebastian Hauser puts himself in front of everybody else. And he was qualifying heat race number 1. He was the winner that time around. Troy Ferguson now into 4th with Bronson Custas, who was collected in a 5-cart pileup. To start things off, he's making moves on Ellsworth on the inside of turn 14. Custas is clear.
That was a send into turn 14 by Custas. What a move there. Further back, you see the bright neon yellow helmet of Braden Wagner. Again, Caleb, not the start sequence he needs for this weekend. And obviously, he's pretty good on championship points at this stage of the season as Troy Ferguson dispatching one of the HRT machines there. Gonzalez, I believe that is. But a sea of gold carts inside that top 5 right now, Caleb, led by Troy Ferguson, a driver who had so much pace in qualifying in that opening heat. Maybe didn't get the most out of those sessions, but with a brand new session ahead of him here in qualifying heat number 2, looking to try and, right those wrongs of the morning.
That's for sure there, Nate. And again, just looking to kind of regain a couple of positions here as we work our way through turn number 13 into 14, 15, and 16. Everybody single file. But up front, Aaron Spears, Sebastian Hauser, that gap sits at about a car length. And it's not exactly the runaway that maybe that Hauser would have wanted. Kind of like what we saw out of him in the first of the qualifying heat races, but we're side by side for the back of this field. This looks to be right around Braden Wagner, who's down in 10th at the moment. Hasn't made any gains to start this race off, and for the championship points leader here this weekend on a very long championship that sits at about 9 rounds. That's again, a weekend to forget. Nonetheless, for Braden Wagner this time out, Nate, when you think of starting off the year in the best way possible here in 2026. Round 1 winner, round 2 winner, and round number 3 just can't get going, really.
That's so weird to see out of Braden Wagner, a driver who, like we said, all season long has just been the driver to beat in this KA junior competition alongside race leader Sebastian Hauser, who has looked so competitive in the first 2 rounds of the championship, unable to get that main event win. He's probably feeling like he can get that done this weekend. Of course, this race and many more to come in round 3 of the championship, of the likes of Troy Ferguson, who just went fastest on his kart, Nick, and seems like he's got the outright pace to fight for that lead in there as well. There's a lot of battling happening here in the mid-pack.
Yeah, the mid-pack's going back and forth. One of the Bazanskis in there, that's Dania Bazanski. So Diesel Bazanski was one of the siblings out at the start of the race, and we do have, I should say, he's still going, but he's down the order, as we do have everybody still with us, it looks like. That being said, we follow along with Troy Ferguson, driver sitting in 3rd, and he's starting to close in on Aaron Spears, who's starting to lose ground to the HRT 307 of Hauser. So this could be a pass for 2nd as we work our way to turn number 3. Ferguson, is he close? He is. Not close enough to attempt to move, though. And he's going to stay in 3rd. And again, we talked to Jackson Lambros a little bit throughout the weekend, and that OTK kind of looking body work is actually a Bennick machine. So the team where Ferguson had a lot of success throughout his cadet ranks, it's going to be the same in the full-size ranks as he moves over to the Bennick chassis that just got shipped out of Florida earlier this week. And we've seen Chase Gassiet-Lee and Jacob Kolar as well take part in their senior program, and now part of the full-size program as well is going to be Troy Ferguson here in the state of California. It's currently running 3rd to the pace. Definitely there for that Bennick machine as he continues to close in.
Yeah, and obviously that switch helping him. 2 laps to go. Troy Ferguson on that Bennick puts himself up to P2 on the road. Of course, with that potential penalty still looming over Spears' head for the same infraction that he had in the first heat. But focusing on the on-track action, Gonzalez going fastest last time by, down in P5, 2.1 seconds back. He's going to need a miracle to be able to get himself into race-winning contention. That would also need to be helped by Troy Ferguson catching up to Sebastian Hauser. 0.6 of a second between those two last time across one of the timing scoring lines. One of the three we have here at K1 Circuit as Spears drops a tire out of turn 9. Ferguson going a little bit defensive on him as well. So time running out for Ferguson and Spears to catch up to Sebastian Hauser here, Caleb, as Ferguson goes way deep into 14 and 15. He's going to lose a little bit of time. He's going to go defensive as we see the white flag.
White flag in the air, and now we're going to go side by side for third as Kustas closes in, and Wagner as well. Look to go down low on Nixon Ellsworth for 6th. And this is all behind Sebastian Hauser. They're going to continue to fight as Kustas now with the nose down low, able to get clear for third. Bronson Kustas picks up another position to gain 2 on the day. He now sits behind Aaron Spears, who's up to 2nd. As this one draws to a close. Gap up front. Going to be at over 2 seconds when Hauser crosses the timing loop. With that being said, the end of this race, the last lap and a half, hasn't gone the way of Troy Ferguson here, Nate.
No, it hasn't. Down Rocky Moran once again. They're still going at it. And it looks like Spears is going to hold off, at least on track. Ferguson going way defensive there, but out of the final chicane, Sebastian Hauser is going to take the win on track. Spears 2nd, Kustas in 3rd. Troy Ferguson down in 4th, the driver who maybe had the potential to win if he could have kept that pace that he had in the middle of the race at the end, but obviously that Bennett Kart just falling off ever so slightly. And then Alejandro Gonzalez, P5, and there you see the unofficial classification for Heat 2, qualifying Heat 2 for KA 100 Junior.
Well, we continue qualifying heat race A versus C. It's ready to kick off the second of the 3 for these KA seniors with Keegan Kaminsky and Matthew Cagle. A different look up front for Formula Works in GFC. They're going to go head-to-head here and lead this field to green with Archer Eversman and Spencer Kempton on row number 2 with Flavio Aquini. and Talon Brown on row number 3.
Behind them, Aiden Aquino for HRT alongside the Nash Motorsports driver of Gavin McCune, John Dunnigan, Rylan Corden, Brandon Chu, Cash Letieri, and JD Drennan behind as well.
Matthias Broerken, Lewis Dilly, Phil Giebler, Ethan Liu, Gavin Nakagawa, Zachary Simmons, Steven Eisert. We saw him race his way from the back to the front in the first of his qualifying heat races. He gets ready to do it all over again here in the second one of the 3 that he's got on the day. Eisert, want to keep an eye on here, Nate, along with everybody else, but Keegan Kaminsky, everybody's going to be looking at him as we take the green. We don't. One more go around for these senior drivers.
So re-rack them. Give it another go. Again, these drivers having one more lap to get these press of tires into an operating window that they're happy with. Make sure everything is set up how they want. If they feel like they didn't have the jump they would have wanted on that mock start, be going to the carburetor, making some adjustments to the needles. All these drivers seemingly happy with their piece. Will be ready to re-rack them and send them again for the second attempt for KA Senior Qualifying Heat A through C groups. Again, we saw some very good racing in the last rounds of qualifying heats, Caleb. Expecting to see the same thing from these seniors.
And again, new faces going against each other for the first time this weekend. It's going to be interesting to see for sure what they give us, what they deliver. But with the green flag flying, the second time of asking, we're underway, and it's a good start for Kaminsky and Eversman on the inside. Cagle having a slot back in a line, and it's not as picture perfect of a start as it was in the first qualifying heat race for Steven Eisert, Nate.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of starts for him. I think at some point throughout that turn 1 complex got by like 5 or 6 karts. Unsure if he was able to hold that position around the outside. Of course, a dirty outside of the racetrack. Hard to make that move stick. It'll be a feat if he's able to get himself back into race-winning contention like he did in the first qualifying heat. But again, with the likes of Keegan Kaminsky, Cagle, Eversman, some really heavy hitters at the front of this field, it's going to be a little bit harder this time around.
Yeah, and we'll see as they exit turn number 13 into the chicane. Kaminsky to Eversman, a Cagle, and further back as well to Spencer Kempton with the Precision Works camps, it looks like. But everybody else to the bottom of the racetrack. And the top 5 well in tow, and we got some movement for second. Cagle looking to go by on Eversman. He's going to get the move done into turn number 3. He's clear. Sorry, turn number 2 there.
Taking a little look further back here, Caleb. Like you noticed, Steven Eisert only up 4 positions on that start. So like we were saying, going to be a little bit more difficult this time around, especially with this top 5 seemingly being, on the same page this time around, more so than what we saw in qualifying Heat 1. Of course, it does help that Keegan Kaminsky is starting to drive away as Aquini up the inside gets it done on Cagle, splitting up the 2 GFC drivers. That's not going to be going according to plan for Matthew Cagle, seeing his teammate drive further off into the sunset as drivers are getting way wide and squirrely over those curves there.
Yeah, and it looked like Aiden Aquino there was the driver who was in 5th, looking to go by on Archer Eversman, just looking for a way by, and Again, there really wasn't one in turn 15. You see moves in 14, 15, not so much. But that's where Aquino wanted to try his luck. That being said, though, further back, we've talked about this pairing. We've talked about this package. That Kartnik OTK, piloted by Steven Eisert, is flying thus far. But the progression is nothing close to what we saw in the first of the qualifying heat races that Eisert took a part of. He's only down in 15th. He has gained, and he is the biggest mover, must be mentioned, up 5 spots to get himself up to 15th. But again, hard to replicate maybe, Nate. You think we were spoiled in that first qualifying heat race, seeing the moves that Eisert was able to make with such, with such ease, if you will?
Yeah, you got to wonder what factors led to that. Kegel, though, going for second. I think he'll get that job done. As you can see there, Steven Eisert. Bit of no man's land. I mean, even after that performance that we saw from him to go from essentially the last row of the grid to first as Eversman resets fast time and looks to get by into third, and he does. That's one more position for the Axis Kart Sport driver. I mean, Eisert's just not making his way through the field that he would need to. And like I was saying, even taking out of our minds the performance he had in Heat 1, it just seems like he's lacking a little bit of something this qualifying heat. But you have to think the Team Kartnik have done it before in KA 100 Senior. They'll be going to work in the break to try and get Steven Eisert back up to pace. Of course, this isn't going to be a great points haul for Eisert. That win will help him, but resetting the starting grid for the superheats in the final will definitely help him, as Kegel and Eversman have decided to start going at it and allow Keegan Kaminsky to drive further up the road. More battling happening for second.
And the battle for second heats up. We've talked about temperatures. We've talked about it all. Jackson Lambros is standing by trackside.
Just got out the heat gun, and we got temperatures on track north of 118 degrees. And I want to throw this question to you guys, because it has been a frustrating battle for a lot of these guys trying to find grip in these karts in this new layout. So, Nate, you're constantly trying to find this. The track's only going to get hotter. What's the approach if you're one of these guys trying to find grip in a constantly heating track?
I mean, it's a great point, Jackson, and I think a lot of these drivers will be asking themselves the exact same thing. Kegel trying to get by on Eversman for the time being, but I mean, we talk about it a lot, Caleb, of the track greasing over, and I think right now that's most likely what's happening. I don't have experience on the Pressa tire, you don't. Only these drivers do, so it might be doing something different to what other compounds than what we usually run in the United States may be doing. We might not have as greasy of a track where the kart isn't behaving. It's a little bit lazy compared to what you would have felt at least in the warm-up sessions today or at the cooler rounds in rounds 1 and 2. But I think that'll be something interesting to talk to the drivers once we go cold tonight, as one driver off to the wayside there in turn 3 to get their opinions on what this tire combo and this track layout is doing in these scorching temperatures.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point that Jackson brings up as well, right? Because naturally, when you think of the Pressa tire, and from everything we've heard so far to start off the year throughout the first 2 rounds, and even to start off this weekend, that it's a compound that's been a lot softer than the normal iteration of the Avinco tire, which we're so used to running, or the MG tire. So that being a little bit different, it's really surprising, honestly, for myself to hear something like that people have been looking for grip all weekend long. And you got to think there's a variety of factors, right? You can maybe even factor in the dirt in that final corner as you're seeing just dust continuing to get kicked up there, Nate. I think that could be one of the biggest things, firstly. And secondly, the point that you made, right, of that the track just reaching the point where it's greasing over and is pretty much a slick racetrack. But again, we're not out there on the racetrack. You're not out there on the racetrack. And nobody is really going to tell us what's going on outside of these drivers. So it'd be interesting to hear, and interesting for Jackson to ask that question as well for the drivers that are out there, right, of what exactly they're kind of going through lap after lap, session after session, how they're staying ahead of the curve that, you know, as we've heard from Jackson, it's hard to stay ahead of with how much this track has changed and progressed throughout the week. that's something I think that it'd be interesting to hear from these drivers. That being said, the new layout, it's a new challenge as well for a lot of people here this weekend. And a new challenge for everybody else to close down a Keegan Kaminsky. And the same story as we saw in the first of the qualifying heat races. As we get the 2.6 in the air, Kaminsky in heat 1 was able to run away from the rest of the field with a little bit of, if you will, thanks to everybody else, right? A little bit of battling further back for second on back. And he's able to replicate that again here in heat race number 2 over Archer Eversman and Matthew Cagle, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, Cagle and Eversman have had their moments where they go back and forth that obviously have lost them time as we check back up on Steven Eisert, but Keegan Kaminsky has just had the pace this qualifying heat race to drive away Steven Eisert. You can see on screen, up 10 positions. That's still a very respectable run, but I think we were treated to such a run through the field, Caleb, that we see up 10 positions, P10. Usually we'd be thinking like, all right, that's a fair position to be finishing after starting from the back. But now after, like I said, getting spoiled to being up front, you think, yeah, it could be a little bit more from Steven Eisert.
Yeah, spoiled, I think, is the best way to put it. After seeing the performance that the driver of the 436 was able to put down. But again, he knew it, right? Wasn't going to be easy. It was going to be a challenge, and it was going to be an uphill climb throughout the weekend. But they're fighting for third on back. Gavin McCune looking for a move. It looked like he was able to get it over either Eversman or Cagle. We just missed it there, and indeed. So it was McCune able to get ahead, and it looked like, I think Cagle was the driver that lost a good number of spots. And indeed, Nate, Cagle's down, I think, just on the edge of the top 10 now.
Yeah, down in 7th for Matthew Cagle as the HRT drivers continue to go at it. Don't think there'll be any moves made into these next sequences of corners, especially on teammates. Don't want to risk it. Steven Eisert up the inside of Matthew Cagle. So, again, not the race Cagle would have wanted, falling down. And there it is, checkered flag in the air. Keegan Kaminsky takes qualifying heat race number 2 for the A versus C group as drivers getting their elbows out. Matthew Cagle there, putting one of the Kart necks almost into the dirt. Archer Eversman 3rd, Gavin McCune 4th. The two drivers keep an eye on Steven Eisert down in 7th, but up 13 positions. The driver finishing behind him, Matthew Cagle, -6 for the GFC driver.
Yeah, unfortunate end there for Matthew Cagle, but Keegan Kaminsky back-to-back in qualifying heat racing action. One more left for him on the day. Groups B and D in K Senior now at the racetrack for their qualifying heat race. And Cameron Perry talked about that driver in the small mom and pop operation on the GFC chassis, getting ready to lead this field to green. Luis Perez starts alongside him on the Mike Manning machine. Then Josh Leslie. Johnny Stamps, round 1 winner, starts on row number 2. Then Steven Searock, Grayson Schobert, Connor Carpenter, Ian Kim, Nathaniel Pryor, and more get ready to take the green flag for the second half of RKA Seniors.
So they'll get lined up and ready to go. So like Caleb said, the second half, the B versus D group for our KA 100 senior drivers through the tic-tac-toe chicane and into the tram lines for the first time of asking for this set of drivers. Officials being happy with it. Green flag in the air. Perez getting a good jump off the line, and he'll lead into turn 1.
Yeah, it's a good start there out of Luis Perez, and as well, Cameron Perry didn't hold on to the lead or to the inside, but he's able to hold on a second as the rest of the field works on by. Josh Leslie to Stamps, now looking for third. Johnny Stamps sends it in a little bit too deep, and he's going to move across on another one of the GFCs, and that's going to lose him a good amount of time. Stamps able to go by for third, but kind of similar to what we saw to Stamps and Cagle in the first of the qualifying heat races. Kind of doing it again with another one of what looks to be another one of the Formula Works GFCs here, Nate.
Yeah, 2 GFCs trying to catch another one out in front with Perry and Perez. 2 of them working well together on that opening lap to build the gap between the first and the second groups. Coming across the timing and scoring line for the first time in anger. It's a little over a tenth between them as Perez goes way wide there at turn 1. It's going to give the lead to Cameron Perry. And an easy mistake to make there, Caleb. One that you can get away with going the other direction with the large exit curbing that you have here at K1 Circuit. Now you have dust on the tires, and you're going to lose the draft from the driver in front.
Yeah, that was a big moment there for Perez, as now the rest of the field is able to close in. Stamps as they're side by side as well. Further back, Steven Searock, Josh Leslie, Grayson Schobert to Carpenter, and then a Pryor. That's that group further back. But everybody else working their way through, and Stamps, the next one. We saw him go, turn 14. And the first of the qualifying heat races, and right on cue, Johnny Stamps clear for second. And that's a move to be able to go by. So Johnny Stamps is through, and now looking to chase down Cameron Perry.
Yeah, and already tucking and trying to get within that drafting range. Well within that drafting range, I should say, for Johnny Stamps. 1 minute 6.2 resets fast time is the 412 GFC. Suddenly is right back there on his teammate.
We'll work our way through turn number 9. And up front, Perry and Stamps are currently sitting in line at the moment. That being said, they work their way through. Perez back to Searock, back to Leslie. Your top 5, Schobert not too far back as one driver drops a tire as they work their way through turn number 1. And up front, the battle's gotten a lot closer than what it was before. And one move, all that the rest of the field would need to close in. And you're seeing it here. They're definitely a little bit faster. Schobert puts in the fastest lap of the race. A 105.738. Allowing himself to get himself in the mix. Schobert down in 6th as well. So just one move. As soon as Stamps decides to go, it would be an opportunity for the rest of the field as they work their way by. Stamps being patient with Perry. And you see him signaling forward. Wanted to push, wanted to work together here as they get ready to reach the halfway point. 4 laps completed as we start lap number 5.
And Johnny Stamps having a bit of a mentality change from last race. Was, going defensive, throwing moves left and right to try and further himself up the grid. Now, though, working with his teammate, not wanting to risk it too much with the heat points that are on offer. Should currently sit him 4th in the standings going into the qualifying heat number 3 later on today. Not wanting to risk it, not wanting to bring more drivers into it, Caleb. We've seen what happens when we get 5 or 6 different drivers in the mix battling for a race win in KA competition. It tends to have a few drivers going to the wayside and a couple elbows thrown, but this time around, choosing the latter.
There we go as we keep an eye on that second group with Perez, Leslie, Schobert. That's 3 from 3rd back to 5th. We work our way to the front stretch. There's battles going on the edge of the top 10. And we'll go in and check in on them as well here momentarily, but hard to keep our eyes off of these front runners that, again, have delivered some great racing action up to this point. Schobert, Steerock, and Nathaniel Pryor, even, who's just that little bit far back.
Yeah, Pryor, driver who, again, like so many, just needs a little bit of battling to bring himself into it. This obviously could help more drivers in this top 3 trying to find what's the best strategy to get themselves up to those GFCs that are working together. Perez leading this group as things stand, but going defensive, heavily defensive, into the tic-tac-toe chicane 14, 15, and 16. And the Axis Kart Sport drivers further back there, Caleb, going heavy defensive on one another as more battling happening for P3.
Yeah, and already everybody just going back and forth as Leslie, Schobert, and the rest of the field just kind of reshuffling here as Perez now finds himself at the back of that pack. He defended for one corner in a turn 14. He's now back in what looks to be almost 7th here as everybody else was able to go on by. And the first one was Leslie, who's up to 3rd. So that put Perez down in 7th. With that being said, this group could even get a little bit bigger as Max Campbell, Leon Kim, Jack Babiak aren't too far back. That's the top 10. But up front, this one could get close here. 2 laps to go this time around, Nate, for this entire field.
Yeah, 2 laps to go, and there you see it sticks in the air really quickly, though. Jackson Lambros on the ground with a report.
Impressive run here from Nathan Pryor. Guys, you rewind the clock to Super Nationals 28. A really scary crash for the Canadian. Saw him at the hospital with a minor case of brain bleed. And when he thought he wasn't able to get back in the go-kart for a very long time, he's already on race weekend number 3. It's his first national weekend. It's his first time back in the KA. He has blown us away here with pace, guys.
Yeah, very well said there, Jackson. Nathaniel Pryor definitely showing some great pace, and what a comeback story as well to put himself inside of the top 5 this weekend at the Champions of the Future. But up front, we talked about change, and we've got it. Johnny Stamps, Cameron Perry, they're going to start to fight for the lead and for the win as Perry looked to go on the bottom, on the low side of Rocky Moran. Wasn't enough space to get a nose down low, and now Stamp's going to defend into turn 14. And you see the speed they carry here, Nate. How fast they're kind of moving and rolling through this corner. White flag in the air. Johnny Stamps goes to the low side.
Yeah, Stamps will try and defend this one. And defend a race win off of a GFC teammate of Perry. So it'd obviously be helpful for Johnny Stamps to put him third in the standings going into the third qualifying heat. And right now, Perry not wanting to make any, late lunges on a fellow chassis mate. Right now, sitting pretty in second. Stamps still going defensive here, Kayla, but it's going to force Perry to go the long way around in these corners.
And the rest of the pack, Leslie and company look to close in. I don't think they'll have enough time, but Stamps puts it at the bottom. Perry looking to set up a crossover as we work our way through. He bogs down on the exit of turn number 9. Out of 10, Stamps with a lead with a big enough gap and a big enough margin. But again, just has to be perfect. One more corner. Perry's still there. Stamps to the bottom, to the low side of turn 14. On the exit, Johnny Stamps holds on. Qualifying heat race number 2 goes to Johnny Stamps.
Yeah, that's big for him as a whole gaggle of karts come across the line later in the standings. There you can see classification from qualifying heat B through D for our KA 100 seniors. Johnny Stamps takes the win after 9 laps. Perry behind. Leslie in third. And the rest of the grid without penalties applied. A lot more tame of a race than what we've seen in earlier KA 100 senior competitions, but you have to think that's going to go to the wayside as we get to Heat 3 later on today.
Quick commercial break. When we return, it's time for the pros and the heritage drivers hit the racetrack. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of run number 3, Champions of the Future America Series. We'll be right back with more.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
He's gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. It makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Pro X30 and KA Heritage. Get ready to hit the racetrack. Eric Doan, Wrigley Keys on that front row with Kurt Harnish, Blake Lawrence. Qualifying heat race number 1 winner in Heritage starts on their on their pole position with Tony Gomez, Diego Pelosi, my apologies, Andre Isaac, Craig Vasquez, and Sergey Karamseli starts at the back of the field, and he's consistently had to work his way through this field from last, and he was able to get up to third the first time around, Nate.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do it again. We'll see if he can make his way through the KA Heritage field a little bit quicker than what he did last time. That was really the struggle for him. Had the pace to hold up with Eric Doan and Wrigley Keys. Green flag in the air. Eric Doan getting the jump, and he'll lead the way into turn 1.
And Keys looking to go right back on Kurt Harnish. He gets it as Karamseli now. A much better start this time around already, getting himself clear for 4th.
Yeah, that's key for Karamseli, right? I mean, you took about a little over half of a lap last time for him to get it done. This time, corner and a half for Sergey. Now on to the back end of the X30 Pro field and not having to play catch-up as much as what he did in qualifying heat number 1 earlier on today. So we'll see what the GFC pilot can do, the lone GFC this time around. Of course, Jake Drew taking both rounds 1 and 2 of the Champions of the Future America Series for the opening part of this 2026 season. Eric Doan has been so close on numerous of occasions, but still has impressed throughout the season. So you can see there, coming across the timing and scoring line, 3.5 tenths just over the gap between Doan and Keys in that second spot.
And you see how quickly they're getting a rip and tape off of the radiators. And in comparison to what we've seen, and to really what we saw at rounds 1 and 2, racing in slightly cooler conditions, they left them on for a little bit longer this time around. It's, again, not all too long for Eric Doan and company. Just getting to work on those radiators early, looking to manage their temperatures. And they've kind of been doing so all through this race. And you see the size differences throughout some of those radiators are also different. You look back to the driver in third of Kurt Harnish, a little bit smaller radiator in comparison to what you're seeing out of Karamseli and maybe out of Doan, who looks like he even has a smaller radiator in comparison to Wrigley Keys. And that's all just slight differences, right, to what they're running and you know, to what could be better. And I've had multiple conversations with the likes of Mike Speed, and he's gone on in detail talking about those different radiators, what's better, what, you know, what teams can find as well with those different radiators, maybe weight, so on and so forth. But just something that caught my eye, especially as we get this one started. And how about Karamseli catching everybody's eye with a move there in turn number 3 as he works his way into 4. Karamseli now up to third. He was able to get clear on Kurt Harnish that time by.
Yeah, quite the move there from Sergey to get himself up into third, and now allows him to be unleashed to drive after the drivers in first and second that have stayed the same since the green flag. Eric Doan, Wrigley Keys, staying in lockstep of each other, staying within each other's drafting window, and just working together at this point. Obviously not having to worry about a massive pack of like KA seniors we saw earlier on to break away from, but just, you know, not wanting to make too many risks here, Caleb. And of course, these X30s are a lot harsher on the pressure rubber, so getting these tires throughout the weekend will be a big factor in this class.
Yeah, very, very well said there, Nate. And again, when you look back to that first heat race, first qualifying heat race, I should say, Wrigley Keys was able to keep Eric Doan at kind of an arm's distance. and he's doing just the same, right? But one of the biggest differences that we saw throughout the entirety of the qualifying heat race for the first time around was Eric Doan was just that little bit better throughout the closing stages of the race, and we're still very early. We're just about to reach kind of that first, really, we're going to get closer to the halfway point as we complete 4 laps and start lap number 5. But Keys is right there with them, just kind of going toe-to-toe, lap time after lap time. And they're trading blows right now. It's a 104.0 for Doan and a 103.9 for Keys. So that's, I think, even less than a tenth of a difference lap after lap. And you're seeing how competitive these two drivers are kind of just going against each other so far in this qualifying heat race. And the same can be said further back as well with some of our heritage drivers, where Blake Lawrence, my apologies, is currently leading that heritage division in the 517, a 107.9 last time around, and he's been just a lot better, about half a second better than the rest of the field, even a little more than that, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, talking about how close these guys are out in front, both Eric, Wrigley, and Sergey, 1, 2, and 3, each have a purple sector to their name. So they obviously have the spots where they're quicker than each other, spots where they're struggling comparatively. It's just so close between these three. And obviously with Karam Selly starting towards the rear as Wrigley Keys resets fast time. Don't think we're going to see, those huge battles for the win in these heat races just because the GFC pilot of Sergey having to start towards the rear. But once we get into the super heat and really into the main event tomorrow, we should see a lot more battling for the win and some excitement here in X30 Pro.
Yeah, well, it's also a lot different, right? When you kind of compare this to your typical KA 100 senior race, it's less of a dogfight, if you will, more of a chess match where you really have to kind of pick apart your opponent, and that's exactly where Keys finds himself, right? You kind of talk about the draft being a little bit in effect here, but Keys doesn't have or isn't fighting a way by Eric Doan throughout this race, and it shows you, right, just a little differences between that extra 25cc in power in comparison to the KA100 class. So just some differences here to what we're seeing between these drivers, and you see Doan just checking over the shoulder, looking back, making sure that he's still there, knows that he is. And this is really a test, right, that Eric Doan hasn't put a foot wrong throughout this race. And if you're Wrigley Keys and you're seeing that, it's a bit of a deflating feeling, right, where you're just missing that last little bit to get by for the lead of this race.
Yeah, and he'll know that that Kart is hooked up. He'll know that he's fast, and when he comes in at the end of the session, if he's still behind Eric Doan, when they see the checkered flag, he's going to be looking at the timing and scoring and thinking, I had the Kart under me. 2 laps to go this time. I mean, Nash Motorsports will be looking to see what they can get out of that Kart. That being said, though, Blake Lawrence leading the way in the Heritage Division, giving some love to KA Heritage drivers as well. Of course, getting the win. Qualifying heat race number 1, looking for a second for his CRG machine, and doing so with quite a distance between himself and P2 on track.
Yeah, Blake Lawrence there in the 517 for Precision Works on the CRG, just showing the pace here in the second of the qualifying heat races. And again, one thing to note here, Nate, 2 sets of tires allocated to all these drivers, how they use them. That's their choice. And we've said, right, the easiest thing to do is use the set for qualifying and use it for the entirety of the weekend up until the main event where you put a new set of tires on. And that was the first look that Wrigley Keys had on Eric Doan, and it might as well be the last in this heat race because he's lost a good bit of time. Eric Doan didn't allow him through. Just closed the door, and Keys lost a good bit of time there, Nate.
Yeah, Keys losing a lot of time there. And when we get to qualifying heat number 3, you have to think that he's going to be thinking about that move and not going to be wanting to get it done in a turn 1, which is going to be difficult because that's such an easy passing opportunity compared to the rest of the field, the rest of the track, excuse me.
Well, here we go. Last couple of corners, Keys able to close down the gap. But again, one move, one opportunity is all he got. And he didn't get another. Checkered flag in the air. Eric Doan wins qualifying heat race number 2 in Pro. And Blake Lawrence has just been better than the rest of the Heritage drivers. He's rounding turn number 10, and we follow along with the 5:17 to complete his lap and to complete his race as well as he rounds turn number 13.
Yeah. Gets through the tic-tac-toe chicane nice and clean. Another race win, another win that he's happy about, and he'll take it. Qualifying heat number 2 for KA Heritage and X30 Pro. Rest of the KA Heritage field coming across the line. There you can see Wrigley Keys, what could have been for the Nash Motorsports driver, but you have to think a lot of brain power underneath that tent. They should be able to get ever closer to this man, Eric Doan, race winner for Heat 2.
Getting ready to go, and the green flag is out for Mini and Mini U10, and 2 drivers are still trying to join them. One of them, Mateo Gomez, the position 1 GFC, trying to get on right now, and further down, their teammate Kendall West is still trying to get on. And again, we're behind schedule here. Caleb Vieska, Nate Dean, a lot of guys being caught by surprise. You're seeing 2 really bad examples right now.
Yeah, and again, just running behind schedule, right? And the Champions of the Future America crew looking to catch back up, get everybody home at a decent time tonight. And yeah, that being said, this race should have been on track at about 2:35 local time, and it's 2:42, so they're late. And just looking to get rejoined before this one gets started, Nate.
Yeah, a little bit of a panic there for the drivers who were late to the grid. That's one of the worst feelings, Caleb, as drivers of running to the grid, rushing to get gloves on, to get all your equipment on. I've had nightmares over it. I'm not ashamed to say it. It's not a fun feeling to have.
Look, I've been there, and I'm pretty sure you've been there yourself, Nate. Definitely not a great feeling, right? If You talk about the anxiety of running up there to grid, and it's a very deflating feeling even when you get there and you can't take part of the session or a race. It's never happened to me during a race, but for a session for sure, where you're just rushing, it's not a good feeling, especially to be out there and to drive, because it almost takes you a lap to forget about rushing and having to put your gloves on, and by then the rest of your competitors, they're dialed in, getting ready to go.
Yeah, and there you can see final two karts getting to the back of the grid. Kendall West, one of them, a driver who we've seen really excel in this third heat, but that's mainly because the third heat has had much cooler temperatures than what we've seen in the opening two, at least in the first two rounds of the season. Unfortunately for Kendall, track temp and the air temp sky high here in Winchester, California, looking for the green flag, and the first time of asking, we're not going to get it. We're going to send him around one more time. So start being waved off yet again. It's been a troublesome issue for these mini and mini U10 drivers to get their starts underway on the first time of asking here, Caleb. Of course, the 2 or 3 times that we had the failed attempts in the first heat, and then, of course, drivers getting together in Heat 2, causing the red flag that ultimately put us slightly behind schedule. The Champions of the Future America Series staff have been working well to try and get us back on. It's looking better this time, though, Caleb, albeit a little bit slow, but that's slightly typical with some of these mini or cadet starts racing in the United States. Out of Rocky Moran corner, it's looking a lot better this time, and hopefully we'll be going green once we get into the tram lines.
Here we go. Second time of asking for Bizanski and for Carlucci up at the front of the field, getting ready to lead this field to green for the third time today. Last of the qualifying heat races, and the last time we'll see them on the Saturday. This one looks a lot better. A couple drivers onto the tram lines further back, but green flag flies, and we're underway in a mini. A good start up front for Bizanski. Carlucci stuck on the outside. He's not going to get the start he would have wanted, but Tavi, Tibbs, they would have worked their way by. And Benjamin Tavi now up to second, and this is the closest it seems like anybody's been to Bizanski so far this weekend, Nate.
Yeah, early days, though, should be said, but, it seems like the first start for Bizanski was miles ahead. They kind of reeled him in the second start, and the third time around, it's a lot more typical from what we've seen earlier on in the day and this weekend, of drivers losing a little bit of time to leaders, but not fully losing touch and getting outside of that draft window of the driver in front. That being said, still have to be very careful not to lose them and not battle too much through corners like this where you lose a handful of time. That's Tibbs tapping the back of the helmet, now leading the way to what is race leader Bizanski onto the front straight yet again. And it looks like it's going to be 0.8 of a second, the gap between first and second.
Yeah, it's a lot of time here, and Bazanski just showing, right, the upper hand in comparison to the rest of his competitors. Axel Tibbs not really having much of a response. The same for Benjamin Tavi, who's down in third. Kendall West, Maddox Carlucci, and we've talked about the increase of technicality here this weekend, of how you can find so much time throughout various different corners, and it just looks like Bazanski's found more time out there available on the racetrack than everybody else here.
Yeah, I mean, something must have clicked for Bazanski with this layout. Maybe it's a departure from the drafting nature that we saw with the full national track that we've had the past 2 weekends. Not the full track last weekend, but still a very close counterpart to it for round 2 of the 2026 season. Interesting to note, though, Caleb, the time does not really fluctuate between Bazanski and Tibbs last time around. Fairly even between the two. Yes, Bazanski went about 100th of a second quicker and resets fast time, but Axel Tibbs really isn't losing a lot of pace to the driver in front.
Yeah, he's not losing too much time. The driver out in front, Axel Tibbs, currently sitting in second with about a second. And you look at the lap times, Nate, a 1:12.961 for Bazanski, a 1:12.972 for Axel Tibbs. So identical lap times, and that's really exactly what you'd want to see if you're behind the camp of Axel Tibbs, right? Seeing the improvement and that you've kind of caught up to where Bazanski was, or where he has been for the entirety of this weekend. So that's pretty much showing new life for everybody else. I think the only thing here is that he's going to need to go about a 10th better a lap to look to close in. Luckily for him, he improved, but Bazanski improved as well. 1:12.6 for Bazanski. So just a game of margins here in mini. And Bazanski just always finding a way to be a step ahead of the rest of the field.
Just some crazy pace. No other words for it from Bazanski to be able to pull away from the field. Kendall West now under attack and will concede that position. But, I mean, if you're a driver in this scenario, you're not really thinking about that too much. You just want to get your head down if you're chasing the leader and not overthink it. But to the team owners and the mechanics on the fence line and back at the tents, just scratching their heads thinking, all right, well, now what do we do? After having 4 attempts at it between qualifying and these 3 qualifying heat races. And I'm sure a lot of them are starting to run out of ideas of what to do to catch up to Bazanski.
Yeah, well, 2 laps to go. And again, no improvement out of Bazanski, but he was still 0.2 better than the rest of the field, Nate. Just nobody with an answer. And further back, I mean, they're fighting for whatever they can. Maddox Carlucci, Benjamin Tavi, both of the National Motorsports drivers. They continue to go back and forth, 3rd and 4th, as we're bumper to bumper, just right behind Kendall West, who sits on the edge of the top 5. Then a Mateo Gomez, Carson Bishop, Ryan McPhail, August Stringer, Dan Duculescu, the drivers that are inside of your top 10. With a lap and a half to go as we round turn number 9. And into turn 10, Bazanski's gap, 1.2.
At 1.2 goes up to 1.3 now as they cross sector loop in between turns 2 and 3. And Bazanski's just so strong this weekend is Bazanski. White flag in the air for him. Think it's too little too late for Tibbs, even though Tibbs does take time out of the race leader. Benjamin Tavi and Max Carlucci deciding to go at it. Kendall West will be in on this battle as well for P3. 3rd, 4th, and 5th deciding to go at it on this final lap of the race, this final lap of the day for the Mini and Mini U10s.
As we keep an eye on the gaps, here Benjamin Tavi, Maddox Carlucci. If you're just joining us, they haven't made too much headway to the drivers up to second and first. It's been all about Asher Bazanski so far this weekend. He's been a driver everybody's been chasing, but now a pass for third as Carlucci finds a lane down low. Tavi looks for a way back around, and he's got it. They make contact, and he holds on. Kendall West looks ready to go by on both of them. She's not going to get it, but up front, through it all and ahead of it all, Asher Bazanski sweeps on Saturday. Bazanski is going to start on the pole for the Superheat tomorrow. And Axel Tibbs across the line in second to Tavi to Carlucci to Kendall West, your top five.
150 points and a flawless performance for Bazanski. And there you can see unofficial classification for qualifying heat number 3, but how about it for Asher Bazanski? Really out of words for the performance that he's put in today. That competition speed GFC. Be hoping to do the same tomorrow, but of course, all those drivers, all those mechanics will be going to work tonight to try and find any bit of pace to hold on to the coattails of your winner, Asher Bazanski.
Well, Nate, you know what time it is?
I don't know, Caleb. Enlighten us. What time is it?
It's time for a commercial break. We'll be right back with some more.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
K.A. Jr. gets ready to go green for qualifying heat race number 3. Aaron Spears gets ready to lead this field to the flag with Sebastian Hauser alongside him, Ferguson and Alejandro Gonzalez, your top 2 rows, top 4 starters. Jackson?
Might have more drama here for the Bazanskis, Caleb. Diesel needing a little bit of help from yours truly, actually, to get his cart pushed, because these guys only getting 30 seconds of a warning before they go out from the grid. But helped him and the Bazanskis get the cart down. I would want to take another look at the front bumper, because it might have accidentally been knocked off the brackets in the fray. But regardless, Diesel able to get back out. We'll see how he can do here.
Yeah, thank you there, Jackson. So, again, Diesel just getting ready to go out, and maybe not as smooth sailing as he would have liked. We'll see if he was able to join us. It was all said and done. But that being said, up front, Aaron Spears, before getting both these races started, just needed to keep all 4 tires in the tram lines. You saw him slap on the wrist at the end of the first qualifying heat race. And I'm not sure. We'll have to take a look at post-race penalties if he was caught for it again in the second of the qualifying heats. But so he did get a penalty indeed. It looks a lot better this time, must be said, Nate. Green flag flies, and Aaron Spears leads us.
No time penalty looming over his head this time. All 4 tires in the tram lines for Aaron Spears, and gets the jump he would have needed, but that's only the first part of a big job at hand to hold off. You see there Hauser up the inside, and already Hauser retaking the race lead. Troy Ferguson thought about going with the HRT pilot, unable to, through turn 4. And now already Spears on the back foot yet again from a defending Sebastian Hauser, leading the way here, but not getting the jump he maybe would have wanted after getting by the race leader. Both of them way wide there through Rocky Moran. That's going to bring the rest of the pack into it.
Yeah, the rest of the pack starts to pile in. Is now Ferguson falls back to the 4th spot, but up front, as we mentioned, Sebastian Hauser, the driver in the lead. One driver further back dropping a tire, and we have a pass for second. Byron Scott able to get clear, and now Troy Ferguson looks to go by as well on Aaron Spears. He's not going to get that move. So the top 4 remains the same for about a corner, or 3, I should say, as we go into turn number 4. But it's Hauser to Scott now, to Spears, to Ferguson, to Alejandro Gonzalez, your top 5.
Yeah, and up through the S's once again for these KA junior drivers. I love the comparison that Jackson made earlier on in the program of almost the Suzuka style section of the track. Of course, one corner leads to another. You mess up one, it's going to affect your entire run through that section. And of course, with it being uphill, Caleb, makes it all the more important to get those karts inch perfect through that section. Troy Ferguson, a little bit of a half hand in the air, not happy with whatever happened in his area of the track, maybe a hip check or something throughout the very difficult 14, 15, and 16 that I've been referring to as a tic-tac-toe section. That being said, though, Sebastian Hauser, who else? Resetting fast time out in front. Almost 8/10 clear of the field as Ferguson now getting by on Spears.
Yeah, and we look here as everybody looking to kind of shuffle for position. That's Gonzalez, Spears, and Ferguson, who's lost a couple of spots there. Brunson Custas able to get ahead. And up front, it's Hauser to Tyron Scott. And then to Gonzalez now, who was able to go by on Ferguson, who now drops down to 6 as they hit one of the timing loops on the racetrack. One of the 3, it must be said. So you'll see the timing shuffle throughout this race. As one driver way off, that's Ferguson. Ferguson way off in 16. One more gonna go off the racetrack on the exit of 16. And that just shows you, as another driver up at the front of this pack drops a tire here in 8.
Mistakes starting to creep in for these KA junior drivers. And no bigger than Troy Ferguson, who was competing for a race win not just a couple laps ago and showing pace too. Now all the way down in 8th, 4.4 seconds. That's how much just one mistake out of the chicane at the end of the lap will do for you. Of course, it wasn't just a small tire drop either. He was well off, 4 tires off into the dirt, having to get that kart cleaned up on the straightaway, getting himself back into a position where he can fight. Of course, though, with drivers who are a little bit further back, and he's going to have to push his way forward as Kartnik, teammate of Kustis, I believe, in 4th, moving up into 4th. So there's still some shuffling further back.
Yeah, everybody's starting to kind of rearrange at this stage of the race. And unfortunately for them, this has allowed Sebastian Hauser to pull away from this field. He's at about 1.5 seconds ahead of everybody else. Tyron Scott is currently in 2nd. To Spears. To Bronson Kustas. To Spears to Bronson Kustas, who now sits 3rd and 4th. My apologies there, excuse me. It's Alejandro Gonzalez then to round up your top 5. But again, we've kind of seen it already. There's been a common trend, right, throughout these races. How one move, and it's the complete opposite of what we saw of this track kind of going the other way around. One move could bring everybody back in. One move here could separate everybody by significant margins here, Nate. So it makes you think, right, and it has you think a little bit ahead to tomorrow into the main event of how these drivers are going to tackle, how they're going to, plan out a main event that's going to be almost 2 times the distance at a layout that's shown that it's not easy to close down gaps.
And of course, these drivers having to deal with the on-track action that is their fellow competitors, having to deal with the track as well. Readings at 125 degrees Fahrenheit. It's what the track temp at K1 Circuit here in Winchester, California is getting to. The entirety of the West Coast having to deal with quite a brutal heat wave at the moment. Of course, these drivers, these teams, these tires will be feeling the effect of that. I'm sure so many of these competitors will be so happy to finally put on a new, fresh set of Pressa tires, most likely later on tomorrow for either the superheat or the main event. There's a white flag in the air this time for Sebastian Hauser. Battle for 3rd, though, between Kustis and Scott. As Kustis make his way up into 3rd.
Yeah, and Spears dropped the tire there, and they're going to keep going back and forth. Kustas. And he's looking to hold on to the position. Going to take it to the low side, and he is going to hold on, but Gonzalez and Tyron Scott are just right there, still challenging to get back up to 3rd. But this has allowed Aaron Spears to run away from him. He's going to hold on a 2nd. Hauser uncontested out in front. And Kustas just a couple of corners to go as he exits turn number 10 down to Rocky Moran to hold on to a top 3 finish. But up front, Sebastian Hauser hasn't looked back since the start of this race, Nate.
No, he hasn't. These guys have, though. Kustis going way wide off the track, cutting the course after being slightly forced off there. More drivers off in 16. Chaotic finish to the KA 100 Junior qualifying heat number 3. Sebastian Hauser, like you said, Caleb, not looking back and taking the win. And the 150 points that will be coming his way after 3 wins. Spears and Scott, your top 3. Kustis, Gonzalez in 5th. But you saw that big run over the AstroTurf and over the curbs from Bronson Kustis. It's kind of surprised that didn't come earlier, Caleb, as a little bit of miscommunication between those 2 drivers on the entry forced Kustis way off into the AstroTurf. Glad he was able to get that stopped and not go way wide on the exit of 16 into the, the dust and the gravel on the exit of the track there. Thumbs up, though, from Tyron Scott and Sebastian Hauser, 2 HRT teammates, securing a top 3 for the powerhouse here at K1 Circuit.
Yeah, it's a good showing. Nonetheless, Hauser, the sweep of the day. And we take a look back to how he got here. From the start, Aaron Spears able to start off a lot better when he was in the first two of the qualifying heats, but it didn't take long for Sebastian Hauser to go through for the lead. Ellsworth unfortunately gets collected, but turn 4, that's what did it. Hauser, from that point forward, didn't look back. Spears challenged him early, but was never able to go back by after having to defend for position against Tyron Scott and company. Ferguson, a race that just did not get easier for him. He fell down the order, down to 9th, Nate, at the end of it.
Yeah, it was not an easy run for him. Really, it's not been an easy run this entire season as well. KA Jr. done for the day, and then you see in the scale lines, Johnny Stamps and the rest of the KA100 senior grid ready to go for their final qualifying heat of the day between the two groups, of course. See Archer Eversman as well, one of the Axis Kart Sport drivers. Keegan Kaminsky, can anyone bring it to him? He's been bulletproof today so far. And by far, the KA100 senior driver to watch here today.
Well, let's get ready to do it again. 2 heat races, or I should say 3 left on the day. 2 for our seniors, qualifying heat A versus D. Coming up first with Keegan Kaminsky and Luis Perez getting ready to lead this field to the green flag. Archer Eversman, Johnny Stamps on road.
Behind them, McQueenie on the 421 Ital Course America. Grayson Sharbert, Aiden Aquino, Ian Kim, and John Dunnigan inside your top 12.
Go back to Max Campbell, Brandon Chu, Nolan Bishop, J.D. Trenton, Isaac Gutierrez, Louis Dilly, Grayson Hall, Ethan Liu, Dylan Lee Hallmark, Zachary Simmons, Maxi Saga, and Chris Tokunaga. Your drivers having to work their way through this field. We saw Saga about 13 spots gained in the first of his qualifying heat races. Heat 2, a little quieter for him. We'll see what he can do in the third one. That being said, we get ready to go with Keegan Kaminsky and Johnny Stamps at the front of this field. And again, same livery, same chassis. But those GFC drivers have gone at it almost all weekend. As Saga all the way through the dirt takes the green flag, and he's up about 10 spots inside of the top 10 all the way to the dirt. You gotta think, I'm not sure he'll get away with that one, but if he does, what a move around the outside, through the dirt, all 4 tires, and then clear into the top 10 at the start of this race.
It's a crazy jump for him. It's most likely going to be a jump start. You got to respect it, though. The commitment it takes. Past over half the field already, so that's going to put him into a good spot. Even if he does get a penalty for that, which most likely will be a time penalty, it might have helped him in the long run of if he wasn't able to get to this position by the end of the race. We'll have to wait and see. And no, we commentate the races, Caleb. We're going to let Champions of the Future staff go to work on their jobs of officiating these races. And, of course, the stewards and on-site personnel will be doing exactly that. End of lap 1. Keegan Kaminsky leads the way, but he's going defensive on Archer Eversman and Johnny Stamps, the top 3, as we've seen them up there all weekend long, all season long, as Eversman now with the help of Kaminsky, of Stamps. Yeah, Saga there. Yeah. We cut to that, Caleb. Eversman to the lead, though. Throughout all that chaos, Johnny Stamps follows him. Keaton Kaminsky now from pole to third at this rate as they go up the S's.
Yeah, Maxi Saga, that, again, race start was short-lived, if you will. He's now out of this race. It looked like, you got to think, potentially an incident there, but that could have also put a lot of dirt into the airbox. And that wouldn't be helpful at all for his hopes here as one driver way off into the AstroTurf on the exit of Rocky Moran. One of the Precision Works machines going off there, but everybody else up front stays on it. Eversman now challenged by Stamps and Kaminsky. Stamps to the inside. Kaminsky to the high side, looking across both of them up. Keegan Kaminsky goes to the lead by a couple of inches. He's going to get it now into turn number 2. Keegan Kaminsky, what a move. Potentially the best one that we've seen so far today on the Saturday for round number 3.
It was an insane move by the GFC pilot. How about it? To retake the race lead. Eversman behind will have his work cut out for him. Even if he does get by, having to defend from moves like that from Keegan Kaminsky, that's a tall order for the rest of this race. He puts a nose to the inside, wasn't quite there, maybe sizing up a move later on in this race into the hairpin of turn 9. But Keegan Kaminsky, take a bow after that one. He'll lead the way.
Yeah, that was a great move there out of Keegan Kaminsky to get that move done. Nonetheless, he's got to hold on to it, right? We're only 3 laps in to this third qualifying heat race. And Eversman, you can see it, that he already wants to go right back, and Kaminsky knows it. To the bottom of the racetrack in turn number 2. The rest of the pack starting to pile in as Aquino now looking for second on Eversman. The two of them come together. Eversman into the dirt. He's going to lose a good amount of time, but he's able to hold on. He's further down the order, but Aquino now going side by side with Aquini on the inside. And this is exactly what Keegan Kaminsky needed to pull away from this field. One moment, one incident, one move is all it takes here, Nate.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting, though, Caleb, to see what happens between Aquino and Aquino. Excuse me. If they're able to catch up to Johnny Stamps, or if Stamps is able to reel in the race leader, that's going to be huge for Archer Eversman's race and decide if he can salvage some points from this qualifying heat number 3. Across the line they come. The gap has come down, I will say, Caleb, to just under 9/10 of a second into that 8/10 of a second bracket now. So Keegan Kaminsky, it's not over yet for the 465 GFC driver, who's been so quick throughout today and is looking for a perfect 150 points, but we'll have Johnny Stamps closing in on him, trying to take away a heat race victory.
Yeah, Johnny Stamps has definitely been fast. Just taking him a while to stay away from trouble in the early stages, but a standing yellow flag waves through this back half of the circuit and into Rocky Moran. And we'll see if it's even still into 14, 15, and 16. So it's not. It looks to be down in turn number 9 to 10 to even 11 of where those yellow flags are. Or just a local caution throughout that sector of the racetrack. But looking at the gaps here, Keegan Kaminsky gifted this gap for the lead. Stamps giving everything he's got to close in. And, you know, unlucky for himself that he and his teammate and Kaminsky are running identical lap times. The driver that is fast is Aiden Aquino, the driver who sits in third, Nate.
Yeah, flying at this stage, 0.2 quicker than his competitors. He's knocking on the door of a 1:05. That would be impressive pace for, you know, the tires at this stage of their life, and with the heat on track as it is. Could be a big points race for Aquino. He's able to get by Johnny Stamps, but even that's another tall order. Johnny Stamps is a very difficult driver to get by, a hard racer and a fair one at that. There's no moves being made inside that top 5. A couple of them thought about it for 5th on back, but still on this battle for the lead that could be looming. It's 0.8 of a second, almost on the dot, between Keegan Kaminsky and Johnny Stamps. It started to close down, Caleb, but you know, at this rate, off of pace alone, I don't think it would be able to happen. Now down to just about 6.5, and now is when you really start to feel the effects of that slipstream of that draft from the kart in front of you. At this rate, you barely start to feel it. You get a little bit of an advantage, but once you get into that half a second to about 4.5 gap between the driver in front of you is when you really reel yourself in to the back bumper of your competitor.
We'll see what they can do here as they get ready to complete lap number 7. 2 laps to go for Keegan Kaminsky. Johnny Stamps, who's really been able to dial in here in the closing stages, able to close in and reel in Kaminsky as this one continues to draw to a close. Stamps going to have a couple of opportunities to look to work his way by on teammate Kaminsky. That being said, he needs to take advantage of the opportunity as soon as it presents itself, because that would improve, I would say, the starting position for Stamps tomorrow in the superheat, and then ultimately leading into the main event tomorrow on Sunday, and Fraden Aquino as well. This is one of the better finishes that he's had so far on the Saturday, and Stamps now looking at a turn 11. Johnny Stamps looking for the lead. He's got it over Keegan Kaminsky. Stamps waited. He was on the prow, and he caught Keegan Kaminsky by surprise. Now with the white flag in the air, 3 drivers, and it's anybody's game. Anybody within a shot to take the win here and take the points, the maximum points finish, I should say, before the checkered flag flies here in about a lap's time.
It's going to be interesting to see if Johnny Stamps holds that. I think I saw a yellow flag in that sector when we went by. Just was in frame for a couple of milliseconds, but it looked like a yellow flag was flying through Rocky Moran. We'll have to wait and see and let officials go to work there, but no moves being made between Johnny Stamps and Keegan Kaminsky as things stand through the turn 8 chicane into the hairpin of 9. Kaminsky goes high. Johnny Stamps blocks the low side. Both the GFC teammates playing nice so far. Aquino right there as well through Rocky Moran. Johnny Stamps will go way defensive to the inside. He's going to hold it for the time being. Aquino might have a shot at Kaminsky, who goes side by side with Stamps into the tic-tac-toe chicane onto the straightaway yet again. It's going to be Johnny Stamps seeing the black and checkered flag first. He'll provisionally take Heat 3 for KA Senior. Heat A through D. Kaminsky in second. Aquino in third after a close one for those KA Senior drivers. Archer Eversman recovers back up into 5th that race as well. And looking at the qualifying heat points there, Caleb, Kaminsky, Stamps, and Eversman are the top 3 going into the superheat tomorrow. However, we still have that second group waiting and ready to go.
Yeah, and we'll see how the boys in production were able to get a better look at that in between Stamps and Kaminsky into Rocky Moran. But Johnny Stamps, nonetheless, great move out of him to get clear on Kaminsky. That being said, they worked their way in to the scale lines. But when you return, more action getting set to come your way. Here, and we'll take a look at it here, Nate, in the Coastal Ink custom printing recap package at the end of this race. And again, it was a close battle up at the front. That's the moment that hurt Maxi Saga to start things off. But you saw moves like that. Kaminsky, the over-under Again, what a move out of Kaminsky to get it done. And then one incident right there. Tyron Scott, Archer Eversman, get collected just before, or just out of turn number 3. And there's a move out of Stamps. And you can see a yellow flag waving in the air just in the background there. And we'll leave that to the Champions of the Future officials. See what they deem of it. But yeah, it's a great move nonetheless out of Stamps. And we'll be right back with some more of the second half getting ready to go out.
And it is now a GFC 1-2, but Johnny Stamps on top for the first of the third rounds of heats. Johnny, you had to get it done late. Talk to me about that pass with 2 to go.
I think it was really important. You know, at this track, you can pass you can pass 1 to go, but I'd say this track is very block dependent. You know what I mean? Like, it's easier to block than pass. You know, so I think getting it on 2 to go was really important. I think maybe even if I did it on lap 3, it would have been even better.
Really block dependent, but really, really friend dependent too. Talk to me about how important it is to have guys like Matt Cagle and other GFC guys out in front with you.
It's really important to have teammates because, you know, although we're on the same team and yeah, we're trying to help people, it's not like we want the other guy to win. We're all fighting for ourselves. It's never, karting isn't like a team sport. It's always every man for himself.
Good stuff. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Guys?
Yeah, thank you there, Jackson. And that's a very good point there out of Johnny Stamps, right? And it's a conversation that I had with a dad just last weekend when we were at the Texas Pro Racing Series, Nate, how it's different, right? Karting is just that little bit different in comparison to all your team sports. It's not your basketball, your soccer, or even your football, where you go out there and you get a win with teammates and out of performances of other teammates. In racing, you go out there and get a win out of your own performance and out of beating, drivers that are within the same uniform as you. That being said, right? But every helmet's different and every driver is out there for a reason, right? And that's a win. As simple as that. So good point there out of Johnny Stamps, and we'll see how this one continues with the second half getting ready to go green.
Yeah, it's an interesting point that he made of, obviously you have people who are willing to help you, who are, on the same team as you, but all of that gets thrown out the window once you see sticks in the air and you see the latter half of races. And here you see the start procedure of the next one, K100 Senior qualifying heat B through C. The final time we'll see these K100 Seniors on track today, and Cameron Perry and Matthew Cagle will lead them to the green. Josh Leslie, Spencer Kempton, Steven Sirach, your top 5.
Only 2 more races to go today as Talon Brown and Connor Carpenter, Gavin McHugh, Nathaniel Pryor, Rylan Cordon, Yamir Kalani Anaya, Cash Lethierry, Jack Babiak, Matthias Broerken, Ethan Williams, Phil Giebler, Rocky Moran, Gavin Nakagawa, Bryce Benton, Steven Eisert, and Dylan Noble. Looks like not going to be starting this one off for B and C. Our penultimate qualifying heat race on the day, and we saw it there out of, again, another one of the Kartniks looking to make up some position. Steven Eisert now left with the task at hand. He started on the outside for the second of the qualifying heat races. He wasn't able to get the move that he would have wanted in comparison to the first for him, where he was able to go on the inside to go to the low side and make up a good number of passes. Big task at hand this time out for himself and as well for Cagle and for Cameron Perry. Looking to take the green flag. They got it. We're racing, and look at Eisert all the way to the bottom of the racetrack. I talked about it. He did it in qualifying heat race number 1. He looks to do it again, but there's contact off the field. 4 drivers collected at the start, and up front, Cameron Perry is able to get away clean with Cagle. He's starting to get mauled by the field. Josh Leslie, it looks like, able to get through for second.
Yeah, it's Steven Eisert using others' misfortune to his advantage at that turn 1 collision. Getting to the inside, that was important. As everyone else washed up the track, him able to make up some spots, and that's going to be a huge gain for Steven Eisert. Back out in front, though, the GFC drivers will be starting to go at it at this phase, but like we saw in Heat 1, Caleb, they're going to have to be careful not to battle it out too much. Steven Eisert much closer this time by.
Yeah, and we'll see where he stacks up at the moment. And again, at the start, he was down in second and last. And this time when they cross the timing loop, it's going to change. But up front, Leslie looking for the lead. He's got it. Cagle's through as well. Here comes Steven Sirach looking for third. Sirach is clear. And the rest of the field, Spencer Kempton's right there. But up front, this is exactly what you want to see. If you're Steven Eisert, looking to charge your way up this field. He's up 10 spots already, edge of the top 10, make it 11 up to 9.
Yeah, what a start for Steven Eisert right now. Quick report, Jackson Lambros on the ground.
Good stuff from Josh Leslie out in front. And guys, it's a driver that's only been doing this for about a year and a half. Kind of the normal ladder of getting started indoors with K1, got the bug, and simply put, got thrown in the deep end tail end of last year, running with GFC both at the Super Nationals and Rock Vegas. He's absolutely loved every step of the way, but talking to him here, it's his first couple of races at this track. He says, I've loved it. I just need to find something a little bit different here, and I'll be absolutely dialed in here. I think going backwards has maybe been the secret.
Yeah, well, thank you very much there, Jackson. And as I think a lot of us know, right, that's a steep learning curve coming from the indoor tracks like that. You know, I've raced at my fair share of K1 speeds. Nate, we were joking around earlier this week when you were laid over here in the Houston area, talking about going to a K1 speed and just putting in laps, right? And, you know, crazy enough, don't think about it, but drivers get their start. They get their first taste of the sport this way. And Josh Leslie, one of those, right? Getting the taste of the sport and then moving in a full-size kart. It's a different breed, right? You start to feel what grip is and learning and understanding, and as well racing with 20 other drivers wheel to wheel, side by side. It's a whole different beast than anybody is really ever truly prepared for getting into it. The Supernats, crazy step, right? But then you get to leading laps. That's something else. It's a different form of pressure leading the field at a track like this and at a series of this magnitude.
Yeah, absolutely. Not leading for long, though. Matthew Cagle taking it away. And Steven Eisert even further back. Fastest on track down in P8, 1.9 seconds away from this battle for the lead. A much better qualifying heat race than what we saw from Steven Eisert in qualifying heat number 2. Gonna be hard to replicate that win he had in heat 1, but still some solid points for Steven Eisert after qualifying at the tail end of a very competitive KA 100 senior field. But Matthew Kagel, a driver, Caleb, who has shown pace all throughout the 2026 season, even though we are in the early stage of it, hasn't got that main event race win. Looking good for him so far this weekend. Seems like he has the pace beneath him and on that GFC chassis, but still doing what he needs to do, leading some laps, controlling the race. Is Steven Eisert looking for some moves further back in the field, going side by side with another driver in turn 1, but back out front, Matthew Kagel doing exactly what he needs to do to try and get that win that he so desperately wants.
Yeah, and we'll see if he was able to hold on to it, right? We've talked a lot about Matthew Kagel having to work his way through the field time and time again. We talked about it in the super heat. We talked about it in the main event as well at round number 1. Round 2 was just up and down for Kagel. And now he's learned a whole lot. He was able to win earlier on in the day here to get things started, but we'll see what he can do as he works his way out of Rocky Moran. Turn number 11, Josh Leslie right behind him, and it's a train of GFCs up at the front. 1, 2, 3. To Cameron Perry in third, and then back and forth is Gavin McCune, the first of the Nash Motorsports machines, and then to Spencer Kempton, who sits inside of the top 5. But with how nicely they're playing up front, it's making it a little bit more difficult for somebody else to come in and play spoiler. And again, you heard from Johnny Stamps as well, right? He said it, that, while they are working together, you're out there racing on your own, racing for your own race wins. And you see that out of Josh Leslie, turn number 4, able to get clear. And now Perry looking to go by on Kagel for second. And right on cue, Josh Leslie to the lead.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Josh Leslie thus far. Again, a driver who's really showing us what he's made of. The front of this KA senior field. Of course, here at Champions of the Future, or really whatever KA senior class you want to go race at, it's not an easy division to do well at, to be consistently at the front, but for him to do so this weekend has been so impressive. Speaking of impressive, Steven Eisert making up yet another move, put the Kartnik driver up into P5 now. So what's been an impressive run for him could get even more impressive if he continues this pace. More battling happening. Perry looking for the race lead on Leslie. They go side by side out of turn 4 and up through the S's in turn 5. Kagel will take second away, and through 2 goes Gavin McCune on the National Motorsports Kart.
Yeah, and Kagel just found a lane down low, able to go by. And unfortunately, that left Perry with really nowhere to go. And now finds himself shuffling down the order. That being said, everybody else working their way by out of the S's. And up into 14, 15, and 16. And 2 laps to go. All that's left. Josh Leslie leads this field with McCune looking to play spoiler here, Nate.
Yeah, McCune, the only non-GFC, I should say, in that top 4. Speaking of one to play spoiler, Steven Eisert is right there. Shades of what we saw in heat number 1. And obviously, he's going to be a favorite going into superheat and main event action tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss that, but in the here and now, Leslie right there where he needs to be. Kagel pushing his teammate, not wanting to make any moves just yet. Once they come out of these final few corners and see a white flag, they're going to definitely go at it. They're going to do it early, though. That's a late lunge from Kagel, unable to get it done. That's really going to bring Steven Eisert into this now. McCune thought about a move on the inside in the turn 14 on Kegel. Unable to get that done, but white flag in the air this time. McCune looking over his shoulder to see Perry and Isert. He'll go low to defend that. That's really going to help Leslie and Kegel here, Caleb.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see if you're the Formula Works GFC camp. Seeing your two drivers starting to pull away from this field as now Kegel opens up to the high side, looking to set up a crossover. Turn number 4, Leslie pinches low perfectly. Kegel looking around the outside. Turn number 5, Matthew Kegel, can he get it? They're side by side, and Kegel into the marble is going to lose time. Leslie stays ahead, and here comes the rest of the field. McCune closes in. Isert closes in as well. As Cameron Perry was able to get ahead of Isert just at the start of this lap. That being said, up front, Leslie, you heard from Jackson talking about from the indoor stuff to the outdoor at K1 Circuit on a global stage, if you will, out of the chicane. Josh Leslie wins qualifying heat race number 3 in groups B and C.
And how about it for Josh Leslie, Caleb, K1 Speed to K1 Circuit, getting race wins all along the way. How cool is it for Josh Leslie to get what we believe is first heat victory at this level? A lot more work to go, should be said, for Josh Leslie, but a win nonetheless for the 415 driver. Matthew Kegel there in second. He's showing the pace that he needs. He's going to be a contender come Sunday. Don't let that fool you. Gavin McCune, Cameron Perry, Steven Isert into 5th. And looking at points going into tomorrow, Caleb, quick rundown of that top 5. Looks like it's going to be, of course, with penalties applying, Kaminsky, Stamps, Kegel, Eversman, and Leslie for the superheat.
Yeah, what a way as we take a look back to how, if you will, even if you want to call it a rookie, got up to the top in qualifying heat race number 3, B and C. The start, not easy for a lot of them, having to navigate through the mess. But up front, Cameron Perry was able to get himself ahead, but wasn't able to get himself away from the rest of the field. Matthew Kegel quickly was able to take the challenge to him. And Leslie, same can be said, those 3 GFCs traded position time and time again. Steven Searock, saw him making moves throughout the field. Unfortunately, didn't go his way at the end. McCune, you saw him feeling the pressure, looking to hold on to 3rd at the end. And this move right here, Kegel looking around the outside, just gets the marbles. No grip out there, unfortunately, for Matt. He lost time, and Josh Leslie talked about it, from K1 Speed to K1 Circuit, a winner on the national stage.
GFC dominance continuing here in KA100 Senior, but a brand new face joining him, Josh Leslie, fending off some of the best in the business there in the bottom half of senior heats. Talk to me about how you were able to fend those guys off.
Yeah, I have no words. It's just Matthew came around the outside of there. I just had to stay in it. You know, like, thankfully I came out there on, like, we had some wheel banging, but that was great. I came out on top.
We were talking about it in the booth as well. journey that started just last January for you, going from K1 Speed to K1 Circuit, your first big national level heat win. Describe that emotion for me.
It feels so amazing. You know, last year I was standing up there watching a race like this, and now I was able to win one. So it feels, yeah, amazing.
You got a good chance for tomorrow. Congrats, Josh.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys.
Yeah, thank you, Jackson. And you see the emotion right there, just kind of peeking through the smile. It's going to take a while to wipe that off Josh Leslie's face of what it means, right? Just saying, it seems like almost a year ago, standing in the balconies here of K1 Circuit, watching a race, now taking part and taking a win. Josh Leslie has a chance to make history tomorrow from K1 Speed to K1 Circuit in arguably the most competitive class this weekend here, Nate. And we'll see what he can do. And wish him the best of luck as well tomorrow in his races left on the day. But Eric Doan, Wrigley Keys are ready to go at it. Kurt Harnish, Blake Lawrence, Tony Gomez, Diego Pelosi, Andre Isaac, Craig Vasquez, Sergey Karamseli getting ready to go at it. And again, spoke with Blake Nash briefly over text, and he was telling me they were just looking to hype up their guy a little bit more in the 618 to get him to make a move, give him a little bit more confidence to go on Eric Doan. He says the pace is there, just has to make a move a little bit sooner.
Yeah, and we'll see if soon as right off the bat we saw Eric Doan get some poor starts at round 2. Maybe we'll see it again here for qualifying heat 3 for the X30 Pros and KA100 Heritage drivers. Into the tram lines, looking for the green flag. On the first time of asking, they will get it. It seems like a better start for Keys on the initial getaway. Towards the latter half of that start, not so much. Down to third for the Nash Motorsports driver, and up to second for Kurt Hainish, the driver we haven't talked too much about, being in contention here right on the back end of Eric Doan.
Yeah, it's a good move there out of Kurt. Get himself up to second. Now he'd be the first one to take the challenge to the youngster who we've talked a lot about. But look at that front bumper, Wrigley Keys. It looks pushed in for sure for the driver in the 618 there, Nate. That front bumper definitely loose on the Nash Motorsports machine, but he's going to look to try and challenge as we work our way to Rocky Moran. Look at turn 11. Wrigley Keys through for second. Now looking to chase down Eric Doan.
Yeah, and how about it for Sergey Karamseli getting an even better start than what he did in Heat 2. He's right on the coattails of the rest of his field, and now Eric Doan under pressure. Keys to the inside, gets it done at the apex of turn 1. So a new race leader of Wrigley Keys and Nash Motorsports going a little bit wide there in turn 2. Karamseli up the inside of Hernish, unable to get that move completed, but out in front, Caleb, new name, Wrigley Keys.
Yeah, Wrigley Keys able to make the move, so it seems like whatever, again, Blake Nash told him, champion in 125cc himself, whatever he told him is definitely working this time out. Showing the pace, showing the moves, making them stick here, as well as now Eric Doan falls under fire. Karamseli looking to go in a Rocky Moran, nose down low, able to get clear. Karamseli, what a move, up to third, having to work his way through this field, and is able to get by. Wow.
Karamseli is fast at this stage of the race, closing into this battle for the lead. Eric Doan's not doing too hot right now. Wrigley Keys, though, resetting fast time out in front and putting even more time in between himself and P2 of Eric Doan. 5/10 last time they came across the timing and scoring loop at the start-finish line. Coming across the sector time, it's up to 7/10, so finding around 2.5 tenths in the first sector for Keys, much faster at that part of the track, Caleb, and you have to think Eric Doan frantically looking over his head. It doesn't look like a driver who's tire saving. That Kart is not behaving the way he would have wanted to. Now Caroselli up into P2.
And you got to think, how much equipment did he use in the first 2 qualifying heat races? And again, what is going on that West Coast Motorsports barrel art? You see him kind of getting to work on the needles, on the carburation there. See him just reaching down on the right-hand side. Looks busy, a lot busier than he has so far to start off the weekend, but big turnaround for Wrigley Keys, who's just set the fastest lap of the race. And again, a second back. If you got to think, you obviously can't overturn a pushback penalty at Champions of the Future America Series. And correct me if I'm wrong here, Nate, if they're using the European rulebook.
I mean, I believe that is the ruling. A lot of what you see in the Euro Series for Champions of the Future, the same series we've seen since 2020, pretty much it's a copy and paste of that rule book. A lot of it being taken, the technical regulations from CIK FIA directly, and then obviously some rules on top of that to accommodate for the American engine packages that we run here. So Keys might be in trouble for this race win, and the battle for the win could be led by Caroselli right now.
And we're working our way by, and again, Sergei Caroselli. We've talked about these drivers being fast, and again, 3 young drivers up at the front, but Eric Doan here just went faster, so whatever seemed like he was struggling with, whatever he was working on, is now starting to kind of come back to him just a little bit, and we'll see what he can do, as time definitely running out here for the driver of the 607. Got some work, got a task at hand to close down his gap, but out of turn 11. They're still working their way by, and an update further back on the Heritage drivers. Blake Lawrence, same story as what you've seen out of him all day long. Qualifying Heat 1 winner, qualifying Heat 2 winner, and qualifying Heat race number 3 continues the gap in the clinic that he's been able to put on. 2 seconds clear of Tony Gomez, who's in second, Diego Pelosi, who's down in 7th, or I should say 3rd, Craig Vasquez, and Andre Isaac. But Lawrence just so far flawless in this Heritage division.
Yeah, he's been looking good all day long for these K100 power plants in the Heritage division. Could be cool to see a new name on the top of the podium in KA100 Heritage tomorrow, but of course a couple laps left to go in qualifying Heat 3. Longer super heat in the AM tomorrow, and then a longer main event still for all of these drivers yet to go on track. In the X30 action, though, coming across the line yet again, Keys will see his gap start to diminish ever so slightly to Caroselli. And you have to say, though, Caleb, Eric Doan is starting to close in on the rest of this field. You know, having a little bit of a lull in the midpoint, and now you can see it. Fastest lap for the West Coast Motorsports driver, Eric Doan, a 1:03.8. It's the fastest that any one of these drivers on circuit have gone in this race. So we'll see if it's a late challenge for the barrel art pilot of Eric Doan, or if it's too little too late.
Yeah, and we'll see. And you see him just kind of struggling to stay right behind Caroselli. And the only thing that I can really think of here, probably struggling with a little bit of aero wash potentially here, Nate, as it just seems like he's really struggling to really get behind Caroselli here in the late stage of this race. And he's just a little bit faster, just a 10th. We'll see what he can do as he exits the corner. He's going to have a look down low, so this one looking a lot better. Turn number 1. Eric Doan, clear for second. 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. And again, not impossible for Doan to get up to Wrigley Keys before this one is done.
Yeah, not impossible. yet, but still a challenge and a half for Eric Doan. Again, obviously there's a huge dent in Key's front bumper, and that is flapping around ever so slightly. So you got to think that he might be in trouble there. Still doesn't take away from the performance, but Eric Doan might be looking at a race win here.
Yeah, might be looking for another one, but I tell you what, it's a big turnaround out of Wrigley Keys, right? Gives you a little bit of confidence for tomorrow, knowing that you can fight up at the front and that you can certainly stay there. So out of the last corner, white flag in the air. And Wrigley Keys, the driver who's leading this field away. But like I said, confidence booster for tomorrow. No matter what the timing and scoring sheet will show today. That being said, they worked their way through, and Eric Doan as well knows that he's still got to work if he wants to get that first win in the senior division.
Yeah, Eric Doan, it's not going to be easy for him with the absence of Jake Drew, really the only driver that's been able to push young Eric Doan. And Caramuselli might be too little too late. It's going to require a late lunge into the next couple of corners. Eric Doan goes defensive into Rocky Moran. Really the only other place to make that pass is turn 14, but out of tic-tac-toe, at least provisionally on track, Wrigley Keys is going to take the win in X30 Pro. Give it to the National Motorsports driver, Eric Doan, 1.4 seconds back and potentially a race win if there is a penalty for the pushback bumper on Wrigley Keys. And then Sergey Caramuselli in P3 with Harnish in fourth. But the battle for KA Heritage is not over. Further back in the pack, more drivers going at it. One of the Mike Manning CS55s way wide, the 512, having to hold on to it through the final couple of corners for them there. Craig Vasquez, thank you for that one. Caleb tried to look at timing and scoring for that. Across the line, though, Blake Lawrence. It's been perfect all day, taking the win. Gomez and Pelosi, provisional top three.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's all we got for the Saturday. And I'm sure our very own Jackson Lambros going to be standing by to have a chat with Wrigley Keys when this one's all said and done. But for myself, Caleb Vieska, from Nate Dean, as we take you back, that main event, it's been a pleasure to bring you guys round number 3, the Champions of the Future America Series. Eric Doan got himself to the front. Wasn't able to stay there for all too long as Wrigley Keys, turn number 1, took the lead. And again, that's all he needed to stay out in front. Caramuselli, again, story of the day, story of the weekend thus far, having to work his way through this field time and time again. When the 2-6 flew, Doan able to get himself by on Caramuselli, but in the end, Wrigley Keys holds on over the rest of the pro drivers. That being said, Nate, what a weekend up to this point. And tomorrow, that's when the hardware comes for all these drivers. That's when the maximum points as well come. We're live bright and early tomorrow about 8 a.m. local time to get things started and kicked off. The first of our super heats goes green at about 9:20 local time. That should be about 11:20 Central Standard. And if you're on the East Coast and you want to see some of your favorite drivers from the West Coast go at it, it'll be at about noon for you. And then the main events with pre-race ceremonies as well. That'll kick off just after about 11 a.m. local time when all drivers will report to grid for the national anthem. That being said, though, a lot of racing still left. Super heats, main events, all coming your way tomorrow before we go racing. But we'll wait here to listen in with a couple of more of our drivers. Jackson.
And the Eric Doan streak finally broken here. Wrigley Keys in the National Motorsports machine. You finally figured something out in this EOS. What's feeling right now for the go-kart?
The whole thing's feeling right. Power's definitely good with Precision Works, and the chassis is all set up well by the team, so I can just thank them for everything. It's been pretty good.
Obviously a new series for you, a new tire for you. What's the reaction been on not just this tire, but the track combination going with it?
The heat's definitely making it difficult for sure with these tires because they get overheated so fast. So tire management is a big element in this, but I like the tires and it's nice. I like it.
We'll see if you can keep it going tomorrow. Best of luck, Wrigley.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And that'll be it for round number 2 here, or excuse me, day number 2 here in round number 3 of Champions of the America. For Nate D and Caleb Viesca back here tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. for more of Champions of the Future America Series.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.